Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold. The mold of
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your existential Mr. Rogers, Pharaoh of physical media, whatever you guys want to call me. Hang those names all over me. You can. If you're going to make them up, I'll say them at the beginning of the show. This is Midnight Musings, episode 39, and this is the show where we muse at midnight. And we talk about things you want to talk about, we want to talk about, and let me introduce my lovely co-host. You know her. You love her. She's... How are you tonight?
I'm doing great, Robert. It is always a wonderful night here on Musings with you. So glad to be here. There's a lot to talk about. How are you, Robert? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. We had a pretty fun week on the John Campea show. It was, it's fun streaming with everybody. Sometimes I think we have too much fun. And I have to tell you, according to showrunner Terry Matalas, the screeners for Star Trek Picard season 3 have gone out.
Yes.
Episodes 1 through 6, which I would have suggested just doing 1 through 4, because there's a character who comes back in episode 5 that's really surprising, and I hope no one spoils that shit because I loved it. And there's an exchange in that episode that is maybe my favorite exchange in modern Star Trek between two characters, of which I'm not going to mention, but one is a character that you'll be surprised to see. Maybe not surprised, but it's a great scene. It's going to get out, but whatever. So I'm very excited that I'm no longer alone in the universe, that there are other people. And Star Trek Picard Season 3 debuts on the 16th. And I think your boy might be going to the premiere at the Chinese Theater.
Oh, my gosh.
Could be.
Robert, so
Could
exciting.
be.
Oh, man, that is so fantastic. And you're right. I've heard other people who have screened it saying that it's amazing how excited they are, which is something we haven't heard about Star Trek in quite some time. It's starting to feel like old times again, Robert. I haven't seen this much excitement around Star Trek in a while. And this is just going to be one of the most fantastic premieres, I think, this year. We've all been waiting for this for so long. It's just a few weeks away. I'm just so excited, Robert. And you get to go to the premiere.
We'll see.
Oh, wow.
Maybe. Maybe. And there's I'm going to do a whole piece on it, but you would think that after what Terry Matalas accomplished, and make no mistake, everyone else left. He was the sole showrunner because basically nobody wanted to do it. When you watch Picard season 3, it feels totally different from Picard seasons 1 and 2. The openings are different. The music is different. Everything is different. It feels completely different. And you'd think that Terry Matalas would be rewarded for those efforts, that what he was able to do, he put his blood, sweat, and tears into this. That might not be the case. There might be other people that I guess no one who actually is controlling the franchise, say, I don't know, maybe Alex Kurtzman, it doesn't realize what Terry has accomplished and what Terry could accomplish moving forward. And it would be unfortunate if he is unable to. Basically, I don't think it's not telling tales out of school that Picard season 3 tees up what I think should be the next Star Trek series. If I were in charge of the Star Trek franchise, I would call this next series Star Trek Final Frontier. And that will make more sense to people. I mean, obviously there was Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, but they have Strange New Worlds. They've already used part of the Star Trek mantra, to seek out strange new worlds. So I think a show called Final Frontier would fit along with what they're doing. It perfectly represents where Picard season 3 ends. And I think it ends on a note where you're going to say, I want to see this show. And what's unfortunate is I've heard rumors that they are going to undo all of that in favor of something else, which I think is ill-conceived and quite frankly stupid. But then again, other than allowing Terry Matalas to run doing this show, what hasn't been stupid with the custodians of the Star Trek franchise since 2009? Don't understand it. Fraudulent creators all. Aside from Terry. And you'll see that. You'll feel it. I've told people, I'm like, don't listen to the Bobster over here. Even though I'm a lifelong Star Trek fan that's done a lot of good professional work with the franchise, even though I made a movie that stars William Shatner about my Star Trek obsession, even though I've done all of that, don't listen to me. The proof is in the pudding. And I can say I like something, but you know what? Here's the best part. If it wins you over, I was a hater, man. I was hater number one. I was ready. When I was first able to see this, I was there, sitting there, ready to carve it up with a knife. And by the end of episode 1, I was like, wow. And by the end of episode 4, I'm like, oh my God. I have to tell you, the end of Picard season 3, episode 4 is some of the most Star Trek shit you'll ever see. In terms of human interaction, character development, the actual what's going on, it is peak Trek, and that's only the end of the first act. And then it goes further on, and I don't want to oversell it. It's still a Star Trek TV show. That it doesn't have the budget of a Game of Thrones, but I'll tell you something. One of the things that Terry Matalas, I want everyone to watch. And I've come to very much admire, and I like Terry Matalas as a person very much. I've got to know him because of my vociferous avocation of this season of Star Trek. But what he did it's not that it doesn't have they have a budget, but the use of the budget and the way that he was able to stretch this budget, and it's pretty astonishing. But I'll let all of you decide. And that's all up to you.
Well, something, Robert, I have to be honest with you. There has been.
You mean you haven't been up until now?
No, I mean, in regards to the future, because we already know season 3 is happening and that it has had rave reviews so far, which is wonderful. But there is an expectation that the torch will be passed to perhaps one of 3 characters. It's a huge expectation of that. And it's a natural expectation because it makes sense in the way that the story has been constructed, even in hinting. And if that doesn't happen, I think a lot of people may be disappointed, let's say after this, because even a movie, Robert, where that torch may be passed, I think would be somewhat satisfying, 1 or 2 films. But if we don't see that, I kind of feel like they would miss out on a huge opportunity. You mentioned that Terry worked really hard to provide something that, really is remarkable. And it's refreshing to hear these types of descriptions about season 3 or any Star Trek, honestly. But to miss out on that passing the torch part, Robert, that natural, kind of flow of things that we are expecting in a newer series, perhaps in the same manner that Metalis has created Picard season 3, but with a new kind of, as you mentioned, the what did you say that it should be called?
The Final Frontier. The new show should be called. By the way, I want to speak in the. I don't mean to interrupt, but Dinner Bells in the chat says yes. Drag back an aging cast to take on a random space Hitler. There is a perception, based on the trailers, that Amanda Plummer, who plays a character in Vedic, is coming back, and that she's the principal antagonist of the show. That's how it's been sold. That is an incorrect assumption. As someone who has watched all 10 episodes all the way through 3 times, I can assure you there's something much larger going on than just some random. And when you say random, she is Christopher Plummer's daughter, General Chang himself. But she's not a Klingon. I'm just saying it's not about some random space Hitler. There's a lot more going on. And I'll tell you something. The overarching plot of all of this, there's some very interesting things. I'm a canonista, a Star Trek canon pornographer. I can't stand the way Star Trek canon has been subverted. Terry has done some really interesting canonical things to the Star Trek universe. One in particular, I'll spill some beans. There is you find out in this show that there is a use for the holodeck that has never been previously spoken of or alluded to that I thought was really, really cool. And it really made sense. And I was like, that's the kind of thing that I love about the Star Trek universe. And that's why I love reading the best of the Star Trek novelists, whether it's David Mack, whether it's Diane Duane, whether it's Peter David, Christopher Bennett, James Swallow, any of my favorite Star Trek novelists, is because they take things that we've seen in Star Trek and they extrapolate on something that's already there, that's already been established, and plus it. They make it better. When I watch a movie like Star Trek 09, not only do they throw canon, they throw physics out the window. Beaming onto a starship at warp from a planet. First of all, you can't do that because the starship's never in the same place. The whole point about the transporter is that you set your coordinates and you beam somebody to those coordinates. If a ship is traveling at warp, unless you've matched warp speed, the coordinates would always change. And in Star Trek 09, they have them beam Spock and beam, or Kirk beam. It doesn't make any sense at all. And I'm like, you've ruined the transporter. And modern Star Trek basically ruined everything.
You make a good point with that, but I have heard you comment about the Nexus in Generations, and I like the Nexus, but I always thought that the Nexus was essentially just a giant holodeck, because if people had the ability to stay on the holodeck, would they stay on it forever? Would that be something that they would become addicted to? Are there people who have this problem with the holodeck, which
excuse me,
has never, I don't think that type of thing would be tolerated, but I kind of wondered about that and whether that was kind of something alluding to the dangers of the holodeck. But, it's really the only other thing that's similar to the Nexus, but they have access to pretty much anybody on the ship has access to it. So Why would the Nexus be so attractive? Why wouldn't the Doctor just say, hey, throw me in the holodeck for eternity and I'll be happy there? A lot less time and effort. I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, this is actually a very functional something for a specific purpose that the holodeck is actually, and this was, to me, what I loved about this. It's a small plot point, but the fact that they do these things, that the writers took the time to establish something. They take a Star Trek trope, the holodeck, that was actually introduced in the animated series. They take something we've seen the holodeck used in many different ways, but in this case, they give the holodeck a functional there is a certain purpose at a certain time that the holodeck is used for, and it was specifically thought about for this particular instance. And I was like, that's really interesting, because it's a situation we've never seen before in Star Trek history, and it was fascinating. And I was like, that's the way to be. And there's a lot of that in Star Trek Online. But anyway,
so all the innovation we've been wanting for the past 10 years finally coming out in season 3 of Picard.
Well, I think the thing that most comes out is characterization, character and story. You know, I'm always about great characters and great story. And, you know, I think the first 2 seasons of Star Trek Picard showed that the people writing it, they were making it up as they went along, and they didn't delve into the ramifications of the story that they were telling. Like, a lot of it didn't make any sense. And while Star Trek Picard season 3 is saddled with a lot of that ridiculousness, it basically blows by it and wantonly makes fun of it to its face, which I think is pretty funny. But if you were like, I think they should have changed the name of the show. I think they should have called it Star Trek: The Next Generation Requiem.
Yeah.
Or just called it, you know, Star Trek: The Next Generation something. Because it really is that, and the Next Generation cast has never been better, and they all get a lot of everybody gets their chance to shine in a very real way. And what's really amazing about Star Trek Picard season 3 is its commentary on fathers and sons, mothers and sons. What is it like to be a parent? I mean, they weave in. You know, Riker it was established in Star Trek Picard that Riker had a son that died. They deal with that beautifully in season 3. And it's really, really well done. Wow. Anyway, I don't mean to. Now, what we never even got to talk about last week is The Last of Us.
Yes.
Which we've seen 2 episodes, and it's really interesting. First of all, what did you think of the show?
Well, Robert, I don't know if you know this, but I am a gamer, and I have played The Last of Us when it first came out in 2013, part 1, over and over again, because I loved that game. I felt it was one of the best written video games of
I agree.
All time. And regardless of what Neil Druckmann has done, right or wrong, it still doesn't change that it's an incredible story that he made that felt more like a movie than anything else, in my opinion. I think that the characters were so well thought out and created that he really just had a masterpiece on his hands, a solid foundation for not just a video game, but also for a television series, for movies down the line. We're going to see a lot more material from The Last of Us, which has already been renewed for season 2, from what I understand, Robert.
Yep.
I absolutely loved The Last of Us. I did a live watch party on my channel because I was so excited to see this series, Robert. And I had, I've been waiting 7 years for this, like so many people have. Initially when they first said that they were going to make a movie, I was very upset about it because it's 40 to 60 hours of gameplay in a kind of in a game where there's a lot of time where you are exploring the world around you, which is all desolate and bad, but you're building up this relationship. A lot of it has to do with Ellie and Joel, and you're building up this relationship, and that relationship keeps you going as the player to go through all these sort of horrible and, intolerable moments in the game. It keeps you completely addicted to it. It's done so cleverly. There's never a moment where there was downtime. And I think that they captured a lot of those elements here in The Last of Us. That was one of the things I was most concerned about, is that were we going to see that relationship, the family relationships that are so important in The Last of Us? And I think we are getting a lot of it. Robert, it's not always easy. You and I have seen so many video game to movie adaptations, and a lot of times those movies and TV shows have absolutely nothing to do with the original content. They have nothing to do with the original stories or the characters. And with having Neil Druckmann involved, although there was a lot of concern about that, I think they did the right thing. I think we're seeing certainly somebody who wanted to stick to the same elements that made the story so successful in the gaming community for the part 1 game. And now we're seeing those elements recreated here in live action. It's not always easy to recreate every single thing like this. And even where they've had to make changes, Robert, I'm surprised and pleased at how they've been able to pull this stuff off. Everything from the costume design to the city that looks, kind of run down after 20 years of overgrowth to these incredible...
The visual effects are incredible on this show. Because those environments, first of all, I mean, what I thought was really interesting is this flashback structure they started with. I thought doing like the Dick Cavett interview show in the first episode, setting up the idea that, because what's brilliant, first of all, what's brilliant about adaptations can't be, the thing about a video game is the gameplay itself is a video game exists for gameplay.
Yes.
The brilliance of, and I first started to see this in the first Uncharted game, the very first one. But The Last of Us, to me, is the greatest distillation of both storytelling and gameplay that I'd ever seen. And what's interesting, though, is when you're playing, you predominantly play Joel.
Yes.
In game one. And the thing about that is you develop because you're Joel, you know, when you accomplish something, it's you accomplishing something. So, you know, but when you watch a TV show, you're now the omnipotent viewer. So the what gets you involved in the game when you're playing it is removed. So it might take you a long time to clear a level of enemies. So in the TV show, they're not going to spend that long clearing and when these things, when you're actually in the situation, we saw in the museum, in episode 2, how that scene was, I mean, in the game, it might have taken you an hour to play that whole level.
Right.
Or 2, whatever. But the way they did it, they adapt the game for the show, brilliantly done. That scene was a fucking showstopper.
Yes.
I mean, that whole scene, and it was terrifying. Druckmann is so what's really interesting is Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann wrote the first episode, and Mazin directed. Mazin wrote the second episode, and Druckmann directed.
Yes.
That guy knows how to set up a scare.
Yes.
I'm not saying he's as good as right now. The goat of jump scares is James Wan. James Wan knows how to jump scare a person. But Druckmann, and even Mazin said it in one of the after shows, how good Druckmann is at directing, because man, that episode was like a piano wire around my throat. From the moment it started, the tension in that episode existed the entire time. And I have to say, one of the big changes that they made to the mythology and the lore was with the cordyceps. I mean, you could never in the real world try and convince viewers that if there's stuff floating around in the air that, well, it can't get into our walled off city. Of course it can. So what they've done with the cordyceps is a perfect example of how do you adapt something. And they've made them scarier. When they were all like undulating on the ground, they're looking over and you saw hundreds of the infected like connected into the, I mean, it's terrifying because they've added an element that the entire Earth could one day, whatever is this thing, maybe the whole cordyceps invasion, this is the evolution that's supposed to happen. I mean, if you're a science fiction fan, you read something like Solaris or Greg Bear's Blood Music, maybe the cordyceps invasion was our destiny, that the Earth itself was going to become one. I mean, that's something weird, but it was great. And the fact they said, well, you know, there's veins or there's things running. You touch one of these things, and a mile away, they're going to know we're here, and they know exactly where the disruption came from. So that was fucking terrifying, and that was not in the original game.
No.
And you can't have a show where people are wearing gas masks.
No, you can't. That was one of the things that they discussed. It would have been impossible to make that as part of the show. I think it would have been a disaster to even go there. And they kind of, in the game, they kind of allude that people are kind of walking around without masks on anyway, and that whenever they see spores, they throw on a mask. But it's just not possible to do this in a realistic way for a television
You
show.
could never believe that, because in the air, people are breathing air.
Yes, but you know something, Robert, I have to say that for a science fiction survival horror game to be brought into a television show with the same amount of terror as you mentioned, the same amount of fascination around this infection that now has somewhat more movement and aggressiveness. And now we're presented, I'm not really going to go with spoilers, but let's just say we're presented with an impossible situation on so many fronts. It's pretty remarkable. They used the same lady who played the Firefly lead, what was it, 7 years ago, 8 years ago when she did this, maybe 10 years ago when she recorded a lot of those messages.
Yep.
And now she's really a fantastic breakout star in the series. She talks about how, it's very rare to go from being one of those motion capture voiceover artists to now starring, and she's fantastic in it. I think that she sets a lot of the tone and a lot of the desire of the Fireflies. Who are these people? Why are they so obsessed with Ellie? And why was it so important for them to risk everything to kind of control her and get her where she needs to go? I think that was something that had to be done in a passionate way, in the same level that we're going to see the level of commitment from Joel to Ellie as well. I think it's just setting up such a fantastic scenario. And Robert, what about the part where they show you, was it Jakarta?
Oh,
and
that was fun. It's funny because what did they do? They addressed a fan theory. They incorporated that into the mythology, and I think that woman, by the way, is a pretty famous actress. The care, the intelligence that's been put behind this adaptation, that actress was that whole scene was fucking amazing. And her performance was, and the thing that they've added, like with the tendrils coming out of the mouth and all that. Look, you adapt something, you have to give people something visual. They're playing on. The funny thing is, this is not the first. The game preceded this movie, but the idea of a fungal infection being the vector that turns humans into, call them what you want, the infected shamblers, call it, whatever. But it's all still a derivation of the zombie genre.
Yes.
But the movie The Girl with All the Gifts was the first movie that I saw where they had infected, but that came out, that was based on a novel. And the movie came out in 2014, but the Last of Us came out in 2013. I am convinced, and Star Trek, by the way, Star Trek Discovery with the Miscellaneous network, it's like all of these creators watched the same nature documentary back in 2008 where they showed the cordyceps, what this fungal infection can do to ants. And how and that's where it all came from. And it's like all these different creators, including Druckmann and his fellow creators at Naughty Dog, keyed in on this. And they're like, we're gonna it's not gonna be a zombie infection. We're gonna have an actual fungal. To me, it doesn't matter what you call it. It is a derivation of the zombie genre. 28 days later, it was the rage virus. Call it what. And in Night of the Living Dead, it might have been radiation brought back from a probe, but you never know. Dawn of the Dead, they never even address it, which is one of my favorite movies ever. But the idea that this is a fungal infection and dealing with the actual micellular network, and you look into fungi and how close it is to us, it's really interesting. And they're making it even more interesting in the game. But that scene in Jakarta, man, when she's sitting there and he's like, that poor guy's like, well, what should we do? And she's just like, bomb. I'm like, because the thing is, what's so great is she's a scientist. She's like, I just take me home to my family. She's like, we're all fucked. There's nothing we can do. And the fact that they tied it into global warming, I love that when there's 2 degrees more, because we don't know what will happen. And I think that, my God, man, this adaptation, and the funny thing about it is, like, I understand people object to maybe Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey.
I have something to say about that when you're done, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's like, it's one thing in the game. And by the way, the design of those characters is quite good, but they're not real, and I understand. And look, I think, unfortunately, Bella Ramsey is an amazing actress.
Yes.
She's 19 years old. She's an amazing actress. She crushed it in Game of Thrones, but maybe she's just not as cute as the Ella in the game. And I think and they had to make her more of a badass, because in the game I never got the sense that she grew up in this world, in this horrible, awful place. and I believe her more the way she's like. I love the way she's portrayed in the game.
Yeah.
But when you're in the real world and you're appealing to audiences that aren't just gamers, because gamers, and I've actually criticized, I think a lot of cinematic storytelling
Yes.
has been infected by gameplay.
Yes,
A lot of
it
the
has.
filmmakers, and I think there's a lot of what I call cut scene storytelling going on.
Yeah, a
where
lot,
pe-
yeah.
Especially in J.J. Abrams' Star Trek movies, it's all cutscene storytelling where a lot of the logic, they're just like, we don't need to fill these things. Yeah, the Millennium Falcon can skip through hyperspace and appear out of hyperspace in the middle of a city. Like, why not? Because it's cool for the game. And you're like, because they already established that traveling through hyperspace ain't like dusting crops, boy.
Yeah, and
How
I'm
about
still
that?
wondering where that that one I guess it's like a container of spice that they dropped off in hyperspace, I think in Clone Wars season 7. Where is that? Because if they can figure out if somebody can just magically jump in and out of hyperspace, then maybe they can track that. It's gone. Only nobody will ever find that. It'll appear somewhere, but no one can ever locate it. So
Well, that's what I don't understand is you need very smart writers. That's why science fiction writers who spend all this time researching things, when you create something that doesn't exist, like faster than light travel,
yes.
you have to give it rules. Well, J.J. Abrams, he doesn't care about any of that. He destroys the magical or the physics that exist in both the Star Wars, and physics do exist in the Star Wars universe and the Star Trek universe. J.J. Abrams doesn't care about any of that and destroyed it all. Got rid of it. You can beam from your one-man fighter to the Klingon homeworld.
Yeah.
Well, then I
and-
guess we don't need starships anymore.
It's ridiculous. And also it was kind of like a way you could escape if you had a ship that had an escape pod and you are in warp speed and the escape pod detaches, you can't track that escape pod. So if it's trackable, then now you've ruined the idea that somebody can escape in a way that's undetected. It feels like a contradiction, but Robert, I have to tell you, when I knew they were going to change and cast and recast for the show. I mean, I knew that they were not going to use characters that look like the ones in the video game, because the ones in the video game, I think that they could have found actors that looked exactly like them. But in order to make the show a success, they did need to hire stars that would bring in people to watch it. And that's just the fact of the matter. Pedro Pascal is very popular right now. He's good looking. And even I am kind of like looking at Joel a little differently, because I wasn't looking at him like he was that way, but now I kind of look at him like he's kind of an attractive man, and so is his brother Tommy. But I never looked at the video game characters in this way. And you probably wouldn't look at video game characters and say, yeah, that's an attractive video game character. You're not going to. Now you have this incredibly handsome, popular star, not just from The Mandalorian, but from Narcos, from Game of Thrones. He's very charismatic. And Robert, one of my favorite parts of the show, and I said this last week, was the part where Ellie is sitting across from Joel, and she says, Joel, I've never been out of the safe zone before. You have, right? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, we're gonna be okay, right? And he just turns to her and he goes, yeah. And you knew right from there that he was going to do everything in his power to keep that girl safe. Nothing is going to stop him from accomplishing this mission, Robert. And it's just so exciting to know, seeing his passion when he was defending her against that guard. Robert, we're going to see stuff. It's maybe just the most incredibly beautiful showing of family and caring and relationships. It's just amazing. And I'm so glad that we have this chance that they've made it into the series. I'm just really happy with it, Robert.
Oh, I have to say, other things that I loved about, like episode 2. I thought episode 2 was a fucking masterpiece. First of all, it felt like it was 30 minutes long.
Yes.
When it was over, I was like, what? How is this episode over? But what I loved about it was when they knew Tess and Joel had obviously confronted clickers before, but Ellie hadn't. And there's that moment where they don't want to try and explain like what they're about to see.
Yes.
And they're both looking at each other like, let's just go. Let's just keep moving.
Yeah, because they're not seeking out those clickers. They don't want to see those clickers.
No, but we knew what they meant. What's so great about this show is I don't think I've ever I really wish that Star Trek to tie it all back, that Star Trek would have the same respect by the creators of Star Trek. Like Craig Mazin, there's a reason why, and I understand when fan circles for people who are Last of Us acolytes and all that, that Neil Druckmann, people have said, oh, he takes too much credit, but he was the writer or the co-writer of the original game.
Yeah, he was. There was another lady who was also a brilliant writer as well, who also worked, I think, on the second game as well. She's brilliant as well. I'm certainly not. I understand what you're saying, Robert, but Neil does deserve a lot of credit for this game.
And they, so it's yes, but I think that the care and the fact that they're adding to the mythology. I mean, people want it to be exactly like the game. It can never be exactly like the game. And what a lot of people don't understand is when you are playing a game, your experience of the game, a lot of it is because you're playing.
There's a mechanical element involved.
Yes, and that mechanical element is pushing the story further. And people have to understand, I can't believe how faithful this is the best kind of adaptation because it's faithful to the story, but it's plussing the story because it's being translated to another medium where you don't have the game. The gameplay was in a way a trick because you're the one like, oh my God, they're gonna kill me, blah blah blah. So you don't have that when you're watching an adaptation. I mean, yes. The first time I ever felt that video games could match movies in terms of my emotional involvement in them was when I played the first Uncharted.
Yes.
The cutscenes in the first, I'm like, I want to say that was 2007, 2008.
Yes.
And I was playing the first Uncharted, and it was the first time I was obsessed. I sat down, I played that fucking game for 14 hours. I beat the game in one day. I was so locked into the story and the gameplay, and I'm like, the characters, this is the future, man. And when I saw the movie, I'm like, oh my God. God bless Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg, but I'm like, this is not... The thing about Uncharted that was so cool was like the environments were hyper real. They were, they go into the jungle and there was ruins and things. It was not the real world, really. And I thought Uncharted really missed the mark. Maybe the end with the helicopters and taking the galleons was closer, but it just didn't work. You know what does work though? Lael Rockwell, who is now with us.
Hey, Lael, how are you?
Lael Rockwell,
how are you?
1/6 scale man himself. Listen, I got to tell you, Lael, there has been no talk of... Yeah, we can hear you. Sound good.
Okay, cool.
There's been no talk of fucking. I've waited till you got here, just so you know.
We haven't even gotten there yet.
We're in the middle of talking about... let me ask Lael. Lael, go ahead, sorry.
And Robert, you talked about this, and I do want to get Lael's opinion too on this. Because it is an adaptation now, Joel and Ellie are going to have to work harder to translate what we experience in the game because we got a lot more time to build up that relationship and see those experiences. Now we're kind of like at the mercy of the show. And so the show has very set parameters. You can't just have open space where nothing's happening, Robert and Lael.
No.
Activity going on. And so, they have to be very careful in how they do things. There were some scenes, Robert, where we could pick it right from the video game where I was like, yeah, I remember that part. She gets the guy here or whatever. But then I also realized that there isn't going to be a whole bunch of scenes where, maybe they're searching for things or 10 minutes of this or.
That's not drama.
It's not drama. And there has to be that situation where these two actors are going to work really hard. It's going to be physically demanding, but there's going to be a lot of emotional demands on both characters in a way we haven't really seen even in the video game. I think they're going to have to push it as far as they can in order for us to believe what's happening in the time span we're given. And I think that's why they are using the original daughter played by Nico Parker to enhance this relationship, this father-daughter relationship idea.
And she was great.
More, yes.
She was
great. A
little
bit more with her. She's going to come back. Supposedly, I think they said in a flashback or two. I could be wrong, but they need to keep showing the importance of that because Joel needs that in his life.
Yeah,
that is his life, and this young lady is starting to realize what she hasn't had all this time once she sees Joel. So it's a very interesting thing that we're going to see built up, but it can't be like the way it was done in the video game. We're going to have somewhat more of an exaggerated performance from both actors, and I'm excited about that. That's what I wanted to say.
Lael, have you been watching The Last of Us?
Sure have.
And what is your first of all, are you a gamer? Did you play the original game?
Yeah, so basically I played so I played the first game, didn't play the second at all. I just kind of watched, because I didn't really have the time to do it. It's like
Yeah.
kind of kicked in, so I didn't really have too much time. But what I will say is that, just everybody's interpretation of here's the thing. This is the most true to form, video game adaptation that you're going to ever see.
Ever.
Like literally.
Ever.
It's the best adaptation ever
almost
made.
damn near beat by beat. And of course, there are going to have to be some subtle changes. It's going to have to be, because that translation and trying to mirror everything, because the thing is, the game itself is active. So it's an active gameplay. Whereas you're navigating through certain things, we're seeing it from our perspective of how we play the character. Everybody plays the game totally different, so they're getting a different vantage point. So they kind of have to hone it down. They have to tone it down to where it's visually something that you can watch and understand. There might be certain cues and beats that you might pick up based on your level of gameplay, how you've played it. So you'll see things and be like, oh, I remember that. And that's just the way it's supposed to be. But they have to basically they have to translate it for a totally different audience, a new audience of individuals who have never played the game before.
Right, and have no experience playing the game.
And have no experience with the game. They have to make it more believable. So that's why what I love about it is when they introduce these segues in the very beginning of the actual episodes.
Oh,
when
it's awesome.
Like, it's definitely awesome, because then the thing is, they're giving you an aspect as if this virus, they made it so believable, like literally so believable.
Dude, it's so great.
Are doing research, and I was talking about this the other day. Toya, like, she's, as far as science is concerned, she's really well equipped, and she's well capable when it comes to science, and she knows it to a T. So when she was hearing certain things, she's like, you know what? It makes sense that they introduced the aspect of flour, because that's what most, viruses, as far as any type of, even soy, when you introduce those certain things, those aspects of it, it makes it so much more believable.
Well, and that was also a fan theory that they're. I mean, these creators are so. Here's what I think is fascinating about Last of Us, especially as it relates to the YouTube, our genre space.
Yeah,
we have gotten into a lot of us have gotten into such a mindset that we want to hate on things. And a lot of people are like, oh, if it exactly isn't perfect, we're going to go after what it used to be. And I understand, like, I always use the example of David Cronenberg's adaptation of Stephen King's The Dead Zone. Most people like The Dead Zone. They think the movie's good.
Yeah,
there's like 100 pages of that book that's not in the movie, because it all took place when Johnny Smith was in a coma.
Yeah.
So you have to Cronenberg couldn't deal with that. But people think of The Dead Zone as a pretty effective Stephen King adaptation.
Yeah.
I look at something like The Last of Us, and now it is such a good adaptation of that game. And there's so much care and thought put into it. That it comes down to the fact, well, Bella Ramsey's different. She's not as cute or whatever. And I'm like, they make video game characters appealing, because there's already the uncanny valley. So they have to make them, I mean, I'll say right away, like, what I loved about Tess, she was a fucking mess. She looked like some crack whore that was out on the street, because that's what she would look like in that environment.
In that environment.
So the idea that I'm of the opinion, this is just my personal opinion, that they got Bella Ramsey, who everyone loved in Game of Thrones. I mean, she killed it as Lady Mormont. She crushed it. And HBO, because you can see they're like, who is the best actress of around this age who could play Ellie? They're not going, well, we have to go find some cute girl that everybody will like. They're like, no. Who's the best fucking actress?
Yeah.
And they went and got her. And I'm like, her performance, now she's playing it differently than the Ellie in the game, because anyone who grew up in the world that she grew up in, look at it's a horrible fucking place. The fact that she's a smartass, that's a change, and she is such a good actress. But people are like, I understand she doesn't look like the LEU, but you know what? In that video game, they make the characters appealing, and in real life, you're gonna make those changes. I think the way Bella Ramsey is playing her, I think she's a great actress.
Perfect.
Yeah. And I think that she's added a realism that the character in the game, because when you're watching a video game, nothing is real.
Not at all.
You know, and now you have to believe, like, when they're walking somewhere, that they're actually where they're at. Like, we know what it's like to live in the real world.
Yeah.
So it's one thing to recreate a post-apocalyptic or a post-infection environment in a video game, because we understand there's nothing there that's real, so we don't have to. There's no verisimilitude in this show. I'm astonished at how great. I mean, if you look at, you know, it's funny. I was thinking about this other day. I'm thinking about, like, what post-apocalyptic movies. One of my favorite. It's not a great movie, but I actually really like everything in it. Is I Am Legend with Will Smith.
Oh yeah, I love that
The
series.
portrayal of New York, the way they were able to show the vines, it was unbelievable. There's not like one moment where you don't believe that you're not in a fallen New York. I mean, this show isn't quite that because they don't have the money, but this show is fucking stellar. The effects are amazing.
The thing that I love about it is the simple fact that, I mean, and shout out to casting directing, plain and simple. Like, when you have to actually go out, you know, and find actors who, you know, what I love about it is the simple fact that it's always a sense of, wow, you know, we're going to do what's unexpected. It's the unexpected when people don't know how this character is going to be portrayed. You don't know how this actor is going to portray this character. When you expect it, like, for instance, they could have got someone that looked like Ellen Page to play this character. They could have did something like that. You know what I mean?
You mean Elliot Page?
Elliot Page. I'm sorry, Elliot Page. They could have got someone who looked like Elliot Page.
Very complex.
Before was, you know, it was, you know, before she, you know, the transition was made, they could have got somebody, because that's originally what they tried to do, was emulate that person, and, you know, and who they were. So they could have easily have gone out and got someone who looked that way, but they didn't. They got someone that was the least. And the thing is because you want someone submersed in the real world. Right. Not everybody looks as polished. And on top of that, what's stellar about it is everybody has convictions. Everybody, there's no hero. There's really no hero, because, you know, if you think about it, all of them basically at any given time, they're selfish. They become selfish. It's that throughout the game, you see that selfishness switches to selflessness. So a thing is, it's like you're on that journey. I love that. I love where basically no one can be trusted. I love the simple fact that you're on your toes. What I love about it is how it's visually shot during the day, and that you can, like, literally how it's shot during the day. It's not night shots. They're shooting everything during the day, when, again, it's like the panic is there. You can see what these things look like. You can feel the intensity. This last episode, when he opened that door and looked outside and you heard them, I was like, yeah, nah, come on, bro. Like, you, like, really, you gotta go. And it's simple fact that when he saw Tess, now he could have easily showed a level of emotions, going up to her, gave her a hug, and was like, you know what? You know, they could have showed like this really intimate moment between the two. But he was just like, he knew his position. She's infected. So he has to turn off that sense of connection between him and Tess. And he bailed. Like, I'm out. Let's go. Like, that's it.
But what was awesome about that is that even in her infectious state, she knew she had hours left of life. She said, look, you have to protect this girl. Yeah. You know, he was already like, before he showed up, Rutten was talking about a scene where he knew he had to protect her. If there was any doubts, because he wanted to go back. Yeah, more so than even in the game, because the way that Tess died, the Fedra troops killed her. The way they did it in this adaptation, and I'll tell you something that what I loved was when she was infected, and she's trying to click her lighter, that infection's taking hold, and when the other character, the other infected creature, comes to kiss her, the fact is, I'm sure that in her mind, in the way in my mind when I was watching this, her brain is being turned over to the hive.
She's connected to the
and
hive
she's
at that
looking.
point.
She's still trying. She's the last vestiges of her humanity, and she's not scared. She didn't play it like terrified. She played it. She was giving herself over, reluctantly giving herself over to where she was at right now, and she was no longer human. She knew it, and the last vestiges of her humanity let her, which turned her into a hero.
Exactly.
Where I mean, and it was a moment that we feel and we understand, and it was horrifying.
It is.
I mean, that kiss, and I thought that was an example. There's an example when an adaptation can create a moment that they would never in a video game, because you don't experience characters in a video game the way you experience them in a movie. And the thing about The Last of Us is the first, I think it was the pinnacle of where emotional cinematic storytelling and gameplay was the very first time it had its perfect synergy. For the first time in gaming history was The Last of Us. Yeah. And maybe people can argue, but in terms of being involved in the story, and that's what people are so involved, you can see their reactions. And I'll tell you something. Anybody, Dawn of the Dead, George Romero's Dawn of the Dead, the 1978, 79, depending on when you saw it, call it 79, is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah.
One of the tropes of, The Last of Us is part of the zombie genre. Humanity, one of the tropes is that your beloved character, your main character, is going to fucking die. Is going to die.
Pretty much.
Now, usually it's at the hands of the infection, at the end, not at the hands of another character. But I understand, I understand people's objection to Last of Us 2. I get where they're coming from. And to a certain extent, I understand what people were pissed off about. But and without getting into spoilers, the overall idea of it, I get it. I understand.
Yeah.
But
what you're talking about is the second game, right?
Yeah, but it's not.
Part 2.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something. I honestly cannot wait if they do the whole game.
Happen.
Oh, I know, and
because
I don't.
They can't deviate from it. It's going to happen.
I know, and I don't understand. I cannot wait until the general audience, the Gen Pop, is gonna get to a point. I mean, people. You thought the people that gamers were mad. I can't wait. I'm like going
the general population. But here's the thing, though.
And HBO with the Red Wedding is no stranger to that.
But you know what, Rob? Here's the thing. I believe that people who didn't even play the game, now that they actually saw the first 2 episodes, now that they know that there is a hype surrounding it and it is a video game adaptation, I believe that half these people already know now.
Oh yeah,
because they've probably gone back.
No, it's true. They all went to Wikipedia and they read the plot.
You don't have to go through the gameplay. You don't have to basically play the game the whole way through to know what's going to actually transpire. So I believe that they already know, but they're just along for the ride because they want to see how it's going to get to that point. And because the show so far has it's been beat by almost damn near beat by beat, deviated slightly, but within reason because they had to, and it makes perfectly good sense. But I believe once they get to that point, it's like, okay, I can almost feel, and we're going to feel it. We're going to feel it more because we know what's coming. It's almost as bad. It's almost as bad as what we got with a certain couple from what is it called? The Walking Dead. And if you know what I'm talking about, if anybody knows who we're talking about, then it's almost exactly like that, but different.
Well,
I think
look,
it's gonna be great.
I mean, it's funny because
the writing in the show is better than The Walking Dead by far.
No.
Yeah.
I know it's better.
Well, I think so.
I'm talking about the what is to come, what we can expect, and what is going to come. It's going to be almost as shocking to people who are invested in this show as it was for other people who were vested in The Walking Dead. Who knew about the books, but there's a lot of people that didn't know about the books and didn't read it the whole way through, that when they saw that certain scene come, they were like, oh shit, really?
I
It's going to be almost as shocking.
I do think though that the Last of Us 2, which by the way I have not played, but I know the whole plot and story because I delved into it. It was, I mean, they did embrace a certain politically correct attitude when they made Walking Dead. I mean, Last of Us 2. That is undeniable to the point where I was like, really? Like you're going to turn this into a polemic, you know, really? Which I thought was strange. I mean, they were trying to, which is true. And then what they did, it was, you can't help but think that what happens in Last of Us 2 to a certain, you're like, okay, I get what you're trying to do here, but why would you do that?
Yeah.
No, it was so but here's the thing. The game itself also won Game of the Year. So the quality of the game didn't change. The quality of the game was, it's the choices they made in terms of what's really interesting was The Last of Us 2. I think in the future, people can look at these games and go, here's how from 2013 when the first game came out to, did Last of Us 2 come out in 2020? 2021?
Yes, 2021.
Yeah. 2021. You can be like, here's this political shift that happened in culture that, and The Last of Us 1 and 2 are perfect examples of this, of how storytellers decided to wear their political affiliations on their sleeves and inject politics, because they injected things that shouldn't matter into a survival horror game that it was in the real world, nobody would give a fuck. Like if you're a human being, as long as you're alive, at some point, nobody would care what ethnicity you were, what your sexuality was. It wouldn't even be an issue. It's like, thank God you're alive. I don't give a fuck otherwise. The most precious commodity in the Last of Us world would be living. If you're a living human being, and yet the Last of Us 2 wanted to inject. It did, and it's a perfect example of doing that. And I didn't play. To be fair, I didn't play the game. But
I couldn't play the game. I didn't have time to play the game, but there was a lot of chatter about the game, and so I've watched several walkthroughs of the game, and people are still playing that game. I don't think the game is ever gonna go away. I think people will still.
No, the game is great. It's a great game, and it got Game of the Year as well. Both 1 and 2 won Game of the Year. It's like Godfather 1 and 2. But the fact is that there was the, you know, people are like, whoa, we have to put in, we all want to be good activists, so let's put, which is fine, I get that, but you're talking about a fucking game where it's survival horror. And at the end of the day, do we really need to want to put identity politics in this game? In this world, no one's got time for identity politics. You're gonna fucking die. And instead they had to do that, and it was weird. I thought that's a weird choice, but anyway.
Well, it makes me wonder whether there's going to be a part 3, and I think that they should go for it, even though part 2 was not what a lot of people hoped for. I want them to continue the story. I think that a lot could be done. I think that even with this series, this television series that's come out, they can still do movies now that they've kind of established, you know, let's say after this first season is over, they could do standalone movies from it as well. I think it's got so much potential going forward. And maybe since we already know we're getting a season 2, we will get a third video game. We'll see, but I'm excited for that as well.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
there is the third video game is actually already in the works. It's just not going to be done. Well, they're saying, and it's not going to be done, and so it may not be done until almost damn near the end of this next season if they do it. Like, because it's in development and they are working on it, and they know where they you know, they're saying they know where the story is going to go, or they want it to go, but it's still under development right now. So that third game is already like a greenlit type of situation.
But they have a story, but they haven't. We looked into this today. They haven't. There's no movement on it.
No movement. That's the thing. It's like they know what direction that they want to take, but the game is not going to be done, you know, in time. Like it'd probably be done at the end of the second season once that's completed, going into the third, or you know, once they have that movement on the third of when that game is dropping. But as of right now, it's still like a developmental type of stage where they're kind of holding the story. They know where they want to go. It's just to, again. But
So-
it's that season 2 is going to definitely, because if I'm right by saying, Rob, that they're going to complete the first season in this season, correct?
Yeah, I think they are. I think that's
First
what
game
this.
in this season. Got
Yeah.
it. Got it.
But
And
they've
it makes sense.
greenlit a season 2 as well. They've greenlit a season 2 already.
Yeah, they that was announced. They'd already greenlit it before. They knew what they had.
Definitely.
Before we get into tonight's actual topic, even though we've been talking about this for an hour, I'd like to get some super chats. And Lael, I'm particularly interested in this. Al Renshaw asks, the latest Bad Batch episode is what I wanted the National Treasure series to be. Adventure, thrills, and great character chemistry. I love the latest episode.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? How do you think about Bad Batch season 2?
So okay. So I loved. Okay, so going into the season, like I said, I do see growth. I definitely see growth.
Have some nuts.
I love the first episode, definitely. The second episode, love that, because they showed the first 2. That third episode was amazing. Like that third episode, oh my God, it was super duper amazing. I loved it from the beginning to the end. The following episode was a filler. That fourth episode to me was a filler. This episode, even though I enjoyed it, you got cashews. Even though I enjoyed it, the thing is, it was still, I wanted more from it. I wanted a tad bit more. It just didn't give me that sense of fulfillment that I wanted, because the thing is, it's like, how many heists and these adventures and these treasure, how many of these that we have to actually see before it gets into the meat of what we're expecting? You know what I mean? I want to see the revelation of Crosshair. I want to see these characters go in a direction, whereas there is a deciding factor with them, like, where are they going? Like, they are almost the last remnants of a long forgotten war, like of, basically the clones that were pretty much forgotten, or clones that pretty much they didn't conform to, the imperial way of doing things right now. So they're on their own. Like, they're literally on their own. I want to see where there's a connection, where basically there's a connection or a journey that they have to go on that becomes more personal. Right now, it's not a personal journey. It's just more these heists. Again, we still don't know, Omega's place. We don't know what it is, because there's something special about her character, but I think we waited long enough. We need to know what is so special about her. We need to know what her sense of what it is it that is so interesting that this character is introduced, and why is she, so significant to the Bad Batch? Where are we going with this particular character? Because right now, this last episode, I mean, it was okay, but I don't know. To me, it felt kind of throwaway to me in a little bit.
Well, people are saying that the way that the series, let's say the season 2 is almost as if it's presented for children rather than adults. And that, I agree with you, Lael, because Omega, it's like she's past her expiration date now.
Yeah.
I'm really worried about what's going to happen to her, because they're kind of just, it's kind of like, we have this big problem now. You guys are the parents. You have to deal with this. Oh, we'll deal with this after we go treasure hunting, or we'll deal with this after we do our next heist. Or, we don't have to handle this right now. And there's been a lot of that. And I'm almost wondering if there's going to be a trip where they leave her behind and completely forget about her altogether.
Like, the thing is, it's like, I want that revelation. I want to know, because there's obviously something so significant about this person, about this character, but we need to know. Like,
they haven't given us any clues. They haven't given us any
nothing.
hints.
Like, there's been absolutely nothing.
She's actually more vulnerable this season than she was last season.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's like, we're almost starting off, like, you would have thought that the amount of time that she spent with them, there would be a tad bit more growth. A little bit more growth than what it basically is at this point. I mean, and we saw that slightly within the first 2 episodes. We did get a chance to see it, but it's just like, now it's going back into that, well, we have to protect her. We have to make sure she's okay. No, you can't go on this mission because you'll get hurt. No, you can't do this. You can't do that. You've done that the first season. And she's already a rebellious kid that's going to do what she wants to do.
Yes.
And obviously, she's she carries a certain level of intelligence enough to know, because she knows almost damn near more about you guys than you know about yourself. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just want that to pick up. But right now, I'm more vested in Crosshair's story. That honestly, if I can be completely honest, Crosshair's story is more interesting to me, because we do see that confusion, that conflict within him. He wants to follow orders. He's that company guy, but with certain reservations. Now we're starting to see certain things. And now that, when we saw the episode with him, and it was him and I think it was Cody at that point. Was it Cody?
Mm-hmm.
We saw him and Cody, and how Cody just said, "Nah, I'm done." After what he saw, he was just like, "Yeah, no, I want no parts of this." Or was that Rex? Was that Cody or Rex?
I can't
No,
remember.
that was Cody. That was Cody. That was Cody.
Yeah, I thought
So
it was
basically,
Cody.
like I said, I mean, it's we see now that he's pretty much separated himself. So now Crosshair is wondering, what have I gotten myself into? You know what I mean? So I want to see more of that, and I want to see that. But again, they got more episodes to go, but I just don't want too many more episodes where it feels like a filler. That's all I'm saying. Because right now it's feeling more like filler episodes. These last 2 episodes, even though, I mean, the Racer episode was decent. I mean, I liked that a little bit. I really did. But this episode, I was like, okay, now we need to go. Come on, man. Come on, pick up the pace.
Yeah, and the Bad Batch should have a plan by now. They've had like a year or 2 to think about what they're going to do or where they're going to go.
And that's what I want to see.
They just hang out all the time getting jobs. Come on.
And I want to see, because the thing is, I want this to be successful. I don't want this to be, especially with the community that we live in right now, especially the Star Wars community. I don't want people to be like, you see, I told you so. I told you this is what we're going to be. I told you. No, I'm rooting for him. I want him to win. We need some wins.
Mm-hmm.
The Star Wars universe needs some. I want to go to Star Wars Celebration in London feeling good. I don't want to feel like shit. Like, literally, I want to go feeling good, man. So, come on, pick up the pace. Let's move. Give us some good news.
It's hard to see this after seeing Andor.
Yeah.
And seeing how, let's say the level of quality that we got at Andor. We were expecting, I know it's an animated series, but we were still expecting that same level of quality and excellence.
Yeah.
And we're not necessarily getting that in the Bad Batch entirely. It's
Well,
not bad, but it's not great.
Yeah.
Let me just say that there is still a very frustrating aspect to all of these franchises, in that the people that control the franchises are not always in tune with what is good and what is bad. There is a very real possibility that what happens with Picard season 3, the follow-up to that, is not going to be good or what the people want, because
I think so.
Because Picard season 3 tees up something everybody wants.
Yeah.
And the Alex Kurtzman, the man who controls that, what he should be saying as a good custodian of the franchise and a good leader, should go to Terry and go, hey, man, you put your fucking neck out and your entire... You gave it everything. You left everything on the field, man. You went out and you made 10 episodes of a show that completely had to deal with the 2 years of gobbledygook that we left you with. You brought back the original cast of Next Generation. You gave them great roles to play. What you did was astonishing.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we want you to continue doing that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Terry's, working for Disney, going off doing other things and trying to find another job. You have a creator that gave you everything you needed. They should be bowing down and kissing his feet. But they are not. He's not working on Star Trek right now. He has no...
Yeah.
He's done. He's out. He's it's not out. He finished what he was hired to do. He did it and he's on the next.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, this is the problem with all of these franchises. All anybody cares about is making money.
Yeah.
And I get it.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you take a franchise and you make it good, what's so frustrating is to see Star Trek and Star Wars. They've had the same problem in that the people that are working on them Like, you know what's funny? If you think about what happened with Andor, it was being made by people that didn't love Star Wars, but they were people that loved great storytelling.
Exactly.
And they love the work that they make.
And they love and so what they did was they're like,
Exactly.
okay, like what Nicholas Meyer was not a Star Trek fan when he made Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. He knew nothing about Star Trek. So he sat down, he watched episodes and figured out, he's like, oh, this is classical storytelling. It's Horatio Hornblower. I get it. It's nautical. But he was a smart, great storyteller.
And made the
Which
most
Horatio
phenomenal
Hornblower?
film of all time.
Horatio Hornblower. Which Horatio?
Yes.
Well, that's a
Yo,
nautical hero
Rob,
in fiction.
The Wrath of Khan to me is the Empire Strikes Back for Star Wars. To me, that's me personal.
Yeah,
Because I love the Wrath of Khan so much. I can watch that movie. I think I've watched it over 50 to 60 times.
but you know why you can watch it so many times? Because the character interactions, all the dialogue, all the character interactions are great.
Great.
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
Exactly.
It's so good.
That was like I had never when I remember I remember when they made when we saw the trailers for Wrath of Khan, and
Do you know do you know that there was voiceover on the trailers?
the voiceovers?
Beyond the darkness.
Yeah.
Beyond the human evolution.
Exactly. And
is
I remember
Khan,
because even
a genetically superior tyrant.
Exactly. And I remember during the trailers, that's because I remember when we seen that scene with Bones when he first discovered the bodies that were hanging. It was on the trailer. We saw that one piece. But the thing is, it was like I didn't piece, and I'm sorry, people, I'm sorry. I didn't piece it together because I had remembered seeing when I was young. All I remember was seeing Ricardo Montalban as the Fantasy Island dude. You know what I mean? So that's all I knew. But I didn't know that he
Smiles, everyone. Smiles.
Yeah. I didn't know that he was the original
Fine
Khan.
Corinthian leather.
Yeah, bro. I had no idea that he was the original Khan until I went back and watched it. But with saying that, that to me was an award-winning performance in Wrath of Khan. Just him. It was an award-winning performance. And it was just so believable. The dire, just the tragedy of, you felt the intensity. You felt like everything was just in shambles, and that there was no way they can come out of this without someone dying, someone passing away. I just didn't know that time was going to be Spock, but it was incredible. But that's the thing. Storytelling back then was so good for genre films because they didn't rely just on dialogue. Just on, again, we talk about this all the time. It wasn't just effects or ambiance. It was all about, again, writing a good story, making the characters believable, that you were so vested in them. And the one thing that you did touch on just now was getting people who knew nothing about the lore. They probably didn't even follow the lore, but they knew great storytelling, and they knew how to get from A to Z and what path that they needed to take to get there. And that's what's so phenomenal.
100%. And I think that one of the most frustrating things with modern look, I've been a fan my whole life. Mm-hmm. And all I can do is I use myself as the ultimate example of fandom because I'm me. What can I do? But here's something that I always thought of as a fan of science fiction, fantasy, and horror in all of its myriad forms. I started watching Star Trek and Twilight Zone when I was a little kid. When I was 5 years old, I saw the original Planet of the Apes. It changed my life. Mm-hmm. But I knew that it was storytelling that was the important thing, and storytelling is ultimately literary. I mean, it was we used to tell each other stories, oral tradition and all that, but in order to understand genre, horror, science fiction, fantasy, you have to know what the genre is. What is the genre? And the only way to do that is to read. You have to read the classic. Like the fantasy genre, you can go back to the Greek and Roman myths or Gilgamesh or something, But in the 20th century, the fantasy genre was defined by Lord of the Rings, was defined by Professor Tolkien, The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion, whatever. That was the beginning of our modern, the 20th century's depiction of fantasy. And you go, there was Stephen R. When I was a kid in elementary school, it was Tolkien, and there was Stephen R. Donaldson, the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant the Unbeliever. Nobody talks about that anymore. But when I was in elementary school and junior high and high school, that was the thing. Lord Fowl's Bane, the White Gold Wielder, all that stuff. So it was Tolkien, and then it was Terry Brooks and the Sword of Shannara. And I used to say Shannara, but I went to Terry Brooks' house and interviewed him, and he said it's Shannara. I'm like, oh, that's good to know. But that was, again, a Lord of the Rings riff. Yeah. And I think that what is bothersome about modern creators that are working in the science fiction, fantasy, and horror realm is they're not readers. They've only watched TV and movies. And you can tell because the scientific, like even though Star Wars is a space fantasy, they set up rules in that first movie about hyperspace. Very distinct rules. Star Trek has set up rules about its technology. J.J. Abrams destroyed those rules in both franchises. Destroyed them in Star Trek and destroyed them in Star Wars. Destroyed the lore. And the lore actually had some semblance of basis of fact or science or whatever. But J.J. Abrams, because he doesn't care about that. He's an action guy. Let me just get to it. And he succeeded in destroying, and Alex Kurtzman is part of that whole bad robot group. Those are people that are not readers. Yeah. They didn't read the great canon. They don't, from a literary and scientific standpoint, they just don't know. So their storytelling is, I love saying this, they are fraudulent creators because they haven't done the actual underlying work. And I'll tell you, why is everyone scared about Chat GPT or whatever, AI? Because the fact is human beings are inherently lazy. They don't do the work. And the creators of these IPs, what's so interesting, Alien, Predator, Star Trek, Star Wars, I am sitting in a room with literally hundreds of volumes of works, of artwork, of lore, I have shelves of books of Star Trek. Yeah. History, everything. You can read it and go, oh, none of the people that work on modern Star Trek, with the exception of Terry Matalas, if you go into his man cave, which I've gone into, the man he is a true believer. But none of these people, I would expect anybody that gets hired to work on Star Trek, it's a job. You better be a fucking Ivy League Star Trek fan or you should not be working on the show. And not only that, but they're not. These people are not. And that's why all of us as fans get frustrated because we know way more about these franchises than the people that are working on them. Yeah. And that is the frustration. And Robert, I get so angry. I'm like, and if I ran a studio, God damn it, I would love to be like, hey, if you want to, I'm not going to give you a contract to make Star Trek unless you pass my test. My test. And if you don't pass it, you're not going to know what's on it. And Alex Kurtzman doesn't know shit. I'll bet you this. What is it? It's Friday, January 27th, 10:27 Pacific time. I am willing to bet right now that Alex Kurtzman, the man who controls the Star Trek franchise, has not watched Picard season 3.
Yes, that is believable.
I would challenge the man. I would say, Alex Kurtzman, you have not watched Picard season 3. I challenge you to prove that you have, because you know what? All of those analytics are provable. You've been able to watch it for the last 6 months. You know why I know that? Because I have. I've watched it all the way through 3 fucking times. And the man that runs Star Trek hasn't watched all 10 episodes. The man that controls the franchise. He should be fucking fired, and they should cancel his contract. If that's true. I might be
And
wrong.
Robert, do we have more super chats to get
Yes,
to
we do.
tonight?
Sorry, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Sorry, I get all caught up. Michael Preston has been a member of the channel for 25 months. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Okay, this is a good one. 200 Watt Studio says that Marvel Phase 4 preemptively destroyed Phase 5 now that She-Hulk can jump into the real world and get the story changed. Okay. First of all, you guys, okay, we saw like She-Hulk go into your TV screen and rappel down your Netflix or the Disney Plus.
Disney Plus choices, yeah.
Okay, this did not really happen. This was a storytelling affectation. You cannot say that she jumped into our world, because in the Marvel universe, it's not, they haven't broken that fourth wall. She-Hulk broke that fourth wall because that's the way, but she doesn't really have that power in the MCU. Am I wrong?
It was a publicity stunt. I thought that's what that was. Just, subscribe to Disney Plus.
I mean, so I understand what you're saying, Torno, but you're the same man that gives me shit about loving to live and die in LA. But I think that was an affectation of the show. She does not have that power, because what you're saying is she can come into the real world, our world. No. The MCU is a separate fictional universe. It always will be. Glenn Gemin or Gemin. This is okay, Glenn. This is the very first time I've ever seen this. There is a note that says celebrate the first super chat from Glenn Gemin or Gemin. I have never seen this before. So not only is this, thank you for giving us a super chat here, but I've never seen a prompt that knew that you were, this is the first time you ever gave a super chat to the channel. So high five. Thank you. I very much appreciate that, Glenn. Glenn says, love your channel. Love your channel, man. Now, this is interesting. Do you think the tone of the Picard Season 3 trailer captures the feeling of the show? The trailer felt all dark and broody like Seasons 1 and 2. No, it doesn't. Because the thing about Picard Season 3 is it's all about family. And I don't mean like, meanwhile, at the Hall of Family, like we say on the John Campy Show, or it's not Fast and Furious. I'm talking about, what does it mean to have a family?
Right.
To have people that you love that you can rely on. It's not. And by the way, when you get to episode 4, you'll feel the real Star Trek, not the grimdark version of it. Okay, so, but thank you for that. And congratulations, I guess. Should I say congratulations? I just want to thank you for the super chat. I've never seen an AI tell me that it actually says celebrate the first super chat from Glenn. It really does. So thanks, Glenn. I appreciate that. Al Renshaw says, I would love to see them either reboot Hulk and adapt the World War Hulk storyline after Secret Wars, or make Doctor Doom the big bad of the next phase. What do you think?
I definitely want to see them reboot Hulk, because I wasn't expecting, if anything, from this She-Hulk series, I actually like Hulk even more. I found that his personality in it was so endearing and kind. And that part where he talks about that he was thinking about killing himself, which was terrible because of what was happening to him. I'm like, this guy I've got to find out more about this man. And I wasn't expecting that. I didn't know that was going to happen during She-Hulk. That is the one thing that series did for me. And I want to see more of him.
What do you think, Lael? Hulk, yay, nay? What do you think?
I want to see Hulk. I don't want to see this version anymore.
I agree.
That's just me. I don't. I think it's been okay. You've played this whole smart Hulk aspect of this character for far too long now. you've rode that horse far too long. Now we need to change. I wouldn't even mind if they're not going to give us the Hulk that we're used to. Even give us Joe Fixit. If you want to give us Joe Fixit,
The Gray
I'm
Hulk
cool
in
with
Vegas?
that too. Exactly. Give us that version of it.
The
and just
Peter
make it
David
like
Hulk?
yeah, bro. Like, give us that version. Give us
I
like
love that version of the Hulk.
bro, give us that version. You know what? If you would basically give us that version and make it more like a give us like an interpretation of what was called the Boardwalk Empire version. Give us that version of the straight up. Give us that and give us like something similar to Boardwalk Empire with Joe Fixit.
Yeah.
That would be incredible. Like, because I want to see something like that. I want to see more of a Hulk that's in either, if it's not rage, someone who's more in charge and who just almost damn near doesn't give two fucks in a sense. I just want to see, because the thing is, like, literally, I just this smart Hulk aspect of the character. It's like you just keep pigeonholing this character who we know is more brooding. Like, the rage is what makes him who he is. The strength is what makes him who he is. And I think they ruined it by bringing Scar to Earth the way they did with this.
Well, in a throwaway scene.
In a
like,
throwaway
here's my
scene,
son.
that character's
Okay.
more,
Really?
yes, here's my son, and that's it. They did it in such a way that was so throwaway and cheesy. I'm like, yo, you're not really. It's like every time we want to see that growth, and a lot of us were excited. I know I was excited when he was on that ship going back. I was like, okay, now we might get something. To see him come back the way he did with his son, who has like a faux Hulk, I'm like, man, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm checked out. I'm tapped. I don't want to see this version of Hulk ever again. Like, I literally don't. If I even get a hint of him putting his glasses on, I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I'm never watching this again. I'm never watching it again, bro.
Don't mince words, Lael. What do you really think? That's a Star Trek 2 reference.
I just think that this was a bullshit representation, because, and the reason why I say that is because we did not see the Hulk. We didn't see the full potential of the Hulk yet. We didn't get that far.
No,
we didn't get the World Breaker Hulk. Like, there's so many different, like, and here's the thing is, like, when look, they don't have to give us World Breaker, but if you give us a sense of World War Hulk, there's so many different aspects of this character that's so important. And here's the thing,
People
don't understand that Banner, like, what we've seen is this joking type of character, whatever, who's only made hints of like some of the suffering and, you know, the mental instability that he's going through. There is a tragic relationship between Hulk and Banner where they can, like, literally, is it, and we don't see that yet. Like, literally, there is a struggle between those two characters. And that's what I want to see, because it makes for good content. It makes for good cinema. They have an opportunity to do it. But I hate what the fucking Russos did with this character, bro. And now that people are going to, I hate that, man.
Well, okay, but look, I thought it worked in Endgame, but they should have moved away from it later. But I think that everything you said is absolutely valid. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Do you like what Lael's saying?
Yeah, because as I said, the thing that really drew me to Hulk in this one was when he started to talk about this, you know, wanting to take his own life. And as far as I'm concerned, if anybody told me something like that, that would have been the focus of the show. You know, you can't just kind of like, oh, I'm just going to brush off that he said he wanted to take his own life. I'm like, do you realize what he just told you? How important that is? You know, you can't just do that to him, especially with how kind he was to her. So, you know, I kind of questioned as a writer, it's like, so I guess then what they're implying is that when a man tells you this, you just go on about your day like it doesn't mean anything. Well, you know, what are they implying with that kind of writing? So I think that if he is that dynamic of a character, we need to see more of that relationship, that struggle that's going on, because clearly he's telling you right now that it's an issue, but they don't want to. It's almost like they want to ignore it.
I agree with you both. I mean, I would like to see. I think the Hulk was the best portrayal of the Hulk was in the first Avengers movie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's when he, you know, when he punches Thor and it was, and the way Natasha went and got him, like knew where he was. Yeah. And that was really great. And now, you know, he's taking selfies with kids. I mean, I understand that, but they need to. Hulk has become a joke.
Yeah,
And
literally a joke.
And I think in the She-Hulk show, they did some really good stuff with him telling Jennifer like how to deal with that, but they still made him a goof. And why bringing back Scar in that, and like that was the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah.
And again, why? And I don't like to play that identity politics game, but it becomes a little overt when you're taking a character that has had many different incarnations, like Lael, you brought up the Mr. Fix-It character, Peter David's Mr. Fix-It, gray iteration of the Hulk, the doorman, and the bouncer in Vegas. There's so many different ways, and what they've done is they've neutered Hulk.
Yeah.
Why, I don't know.
That here, and the only thing I can equate it to is the simple fact that they don't have the complete rights to that character yet, so they're kind of just playing it a certain way. But it's like, if you keep playing it this way, then by the time you get the license or you get the rights to it, people aren't going to care. Like, they're literally not going to care unless you start showing us or giving us a lead up. Because the thing is, you're going to have to show us if you have plans, if you definitely have plans on bringing the Hulk into Secret Wars, you better damn well start getting shit right now, because he's a boss. He's a beast in Secret Wars.
Yeah.
You better start doing shit right now. None of this bullshit smart. Nah, hell no. Like, literally, I want to see some rage. Even I'm to the point, I want to see rage, even if it's at the sacrifice. If your son has to be the sacrificial lamb for you to get to that point, so be it.
I'm right there with you. By the way, somebody asked me about the tip feature is open. There's a link in the description of the show. If you want to send a tip, you don't want to send a super chat. There are tips, you can do that. Eddie, actually, first of all, Eddie Rodriguez says, Rob, Battlefield Earth is my favorite sci-fi movie. Crucify me. Okay. I'm going to tell you something, buddy. So when that book came out, when Battlefield Earth came out, L. Ron Hubbard's Battlefield Earth, it was about a 1,200 page novel. The day it was released, I want to say it was 1982. I was at the bookstore and bought it. And not because I'm a raging Scientologist, but L. Ron Hubbard was a golden age sci-fi writer. And that he came back and wrote this 1,200 page sci-fi novel was a big deal. And I was there, and I had in high school, I took an honors course and called Utopia. And what we were at public school, this is a true story. What we would do is we would go to people that had ideas of utopian civilizations and bring them into our class, let them speak, and then the next day we would debunk their bullshit. That was what, but we didn't tell them that.
Yeah.
So in Bellevue, Washington, where I grew up, I grew up on Mercer Island, but Bellevue had a Scientology center, and I didn't really know much about it. We're talking early 80s, right? Mm-hmm. So I went in there and I said, look, because I had read Battlefield Earth, the planet Cyclo. Okay, just to address your point, the movie is terrible because it's a fraction of what the book is. It's a sliver of what the book is. They could have actually, if they had made Battlefield Earth, now I'm not condoning Scientology, I'm not saying anything, but I'm just saying Battlefield Earth is based on a 1,200 page novel. And Roger Christian, I think he's the director. He made a movie called The Sender that I really liked. And I hated Battlefield Earth because they destroyed what the novel could have been. And if now they were to adapt that book, it could have been a 30-episode miniseries on a streaming show. So I thought the movie was bad on a number of levels. But the book itself, I mean, for me, I went to the Scientology Center. I got some people from Scientology to come into my public school classroom. Yeah. And they gave us Hubbard E-meters, and we all had our thetans examined. And they were, by the way, very nice, very respectful. I'm sure they were very happy. If you look at where I come from, Mercer Island, Mercer Island, Washington. Look it up. It wasn't that way when I was there. I could never even, the house that I grew up in, if I sent you my, here, no, I don't want to, I can't out the people that live there. But we were the first people to live in the house that I grew up in. I could never afford to live in the house that I grew up in now. Let me just say that. So Mercer Island, this is Mercer Island High School. I want to say it was the 84, 85 year. And my teacher in this class was Carol Pankey, that I had a massive crush on. So do what you want with that. But yeah, so anyway, Battlefield Earth, it comes right down. If you love that film, it's your favorite science fiction movie, I say more power to you, by God. Yes, we will not judge what you love. I would say this. There are other science fiction movies you should delve into. Just saying.
Yeah. Battlefield Earth was it was I remember like seeing like the steals of it, thinking that okay, there's a possibility that this could be a really good film.
By the way, I own it.
Yeah.
I have the Blu-ray. Just saying.
I remember seeing it and I was like, yo, this could potentially be something great. And then I watched it and I was like, oh wow, like
yeah. It's not yeah.
Yeah.
Glenn Mark, who's a great friend of this channel, been here, a member for 16 months, says, I'm working hard on my podcast. I recorded 2 20-minute shows, and I'm writing the third, recorded 2 minisodes, looking to find a platform for it in February. Any ideas? Well, I mean, Glenn Mark, I would say that my ideas are, there's something called Spreaker, 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 which is a podcast platform, and you start uploading to them, they will eventually get your podcast out everywhere, and they will get you paid. Not a lot, but they'll get you paid. Spreaker, and then there's also YouTube. You know, you can put podcasts up on YouTube. I mean, even though they're audio only, but Spreaker is a good platform that I liked. Do you guys do you guys convert any of your shows into just podcasts?
I haven't yet.
No.
Literally, I haven't gone down that road yet.
Spreaker is
because it's
interesting.
like
I mean,
part of me feels like I don't know. Part of me just feels like I'm not in that space yet. I'm not there where I'm working. It's like where I'm working hard to get to that space. Whereas the podcast that I do, if I do convert it to a podcast, that it's something that's really meaningful and people would really
yeah. I mean,
listen
there's such a visual component too. We're talking about action figures or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, a good podcast is ideas, and it's tough. Like if you can't show people things, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
Eloy Diaz has been a member for 4 months. Thank you, Eloy Diaz. And by the way, here's another prompt. It says, here's what the prompt says. Celebrate the first super chat from 6989 Bum Blaster. Well, I'm going to do that, 6989 Bum Blaster. I want to thank you for sending in the support for the channel. You've never done it before, apparently, on this channel.
It's your first
Welcome.
time.
It's your oh my God.
First time.
You're a Burnettwork virgin, and you thank you for that. I appreciate that. That was amazing. So 6989 Bum Blaster. I'm sure there's a story behind that. Yeah, that I Binary Sunset Media. Hey, I'm waiting for my my figure, just so you know. Rob, Star Trek V is amazing. What does God need with a starship? Is it though? Look, I have affection for Star Trek V, but truly it's not great. There's a lot. The effects, it's not great, but there is a lot to love about it. There's a lot to love about it.
Yeah.
Now
it was sort of like a fun ride.
Now King Tannic is here. I you know what? I'm going to announce a few things right now. So, is going to be joining the Burnettwork as a full-time caller, how would you want to be known? What do you want to be known as?
The title that I think you gave me was a creative content director for the Burnettwork.
There you go. You're now the creative content director for the network. You're officially, I mean, you're hired. You're hired.
Yes.
Now we haven't actually debated this or talked about it, but I told you about it. King Tannic is going to be doing a new show for us. But King Tannic, I do not like your title. Because people don't know what that means. So King Tannic, he made a promo. I got it on this show as I was watching it. I would just say this: we need specificity. We need something cool. It's too generic. I need something that tells the world what you want the world to know. I mean, King Tannic is kind of a cool title, but I know Titanic's your favorite movie, but I need something more specific. But the promo you made is dope. The name, it's too generic. I'm just saying. This is not a criticism. I can't wait to get your show. I'm going to announce it, but King Tannic is going to have a weekly show on the Burnettwork. Mm-hmm. But you know what? Now, apparently, there's 2 levels of approval you need to go through, and the first is
yes.
So you got to make it through her. Jermaine King says, we need that Mr. Fix-It versus Kingdom film adaptation, or Kingpin, he says. Stupid autocorrect. Yeah. Kingpin, that would be great. By the way, Lael, you told me, you know I got it. That's So-So Toys. If you watch The Weekly Hero, that's So-So Toys Kingpin or the Boss Man.
Yeah.
This figure.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. You were not kidding. One of the great, it's not a Hot Toys figure, but I have to tell you, I don't even know, like, has Hot Toys ever tailored that kind of a suit?
Not that way.
Wow.
Not that way. Not that way. And it's amazing. It's an amazing piece to have. Like, literally, it's up there. It is a contender. That's how great it is.
It's just so good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the first figure that we actually get, I mean, as far as the blood effects on that second head sculpt, the shirt, like, it's amazing. Yeah,
the blood, that blood effects on that second head sculpt are incredible.
Yeah.
And when I got it, you were the one that told me. I thought I was buying just the bloody version. You said, no, it's not even bloody at all. And I got it for like $100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro.
Some good deals out there, especially with those is it third party?
Yeah, and I have to say that my shout out to Rob, who's given me a lot of. They're loose, but a lot of these So-So X-Men figures.
Yeah.
And he's got more, and you can see them on my desk at the John Campea show.
Yeah.
And now that Comic Sanctorum and Toys Wonderland have been like blowing out these old So-So Toys X-Men. Yes. Now they're not, the likeness is not, it's not
perfect.
No, but you know what's cool? When you have them all together. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. Rob, I'm gonna ask you a question here. Because I want to know if you're going to get this.
Uh-oh.
If you're interested in getting this. I pre-ordered mine today. I don't know if you pre-ordered yours at all. The 89.
Okay. Okay. I know what. Okay. Here's the thing. So what Lael Rockwell is talking about is one of our favorite third-party sellers, or not third-party because they're licensed through Warner Brothers.
Yeah, they're licensed.
It's a licensed product. Is the 1989 Tim Burton Batmobile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, I have the Hot Toys Batmobile. I have it. So now I understand what Jazz Inc.'s doing is going to have smoke and all that stuff. It's going to be an incredible piece. But yeah, there it is. There it is. And it's licensed. And it's going to light up, and it's going to be better than the Hot Toys Batmobile.
Yes,
now, here's the thing. I'm not going to buy it because I already have the Hot Toys 89 Batmobile. But let me just say, I'm getting the 89 Batwing from them. Mm-hmm. Getting that snow speeder, Mm-hmm. but here's the thing. For all of you, Hot Toys is like said, we're going to make the 89 Batmobile again. Will they? No, will they?
They'll give us the 89 Batman, which I'm anticipating. Either that, if they don't give us the 89 Batman, they'll definitely give us the version from the Flash, which that Flash trailer we're expected to see during the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But yeah, that I couldn't because I don't have the Hot Toys version, but I wanted something that was definitely movie accurate. And it was going to have all the moving parts.
Well,
and
to
when
be
I saw
honest,
it,
I think that
yeah.
that it'll be even more movie accurate because they get the blueprints and they get all this. I love my Hot Toys Batmobile. I do, and it's great. But if I didn't own it, I would totally buy that Jazz Inc. because
I've had a feeling.
I have to say, you know what? My 66 Hot Toys Batmobile that they made is one of my favorite things I've ever owned ever. Yeah. And it's funny because it's in the John Campea studios right now. Yeah. And it's on a table. When you walk out of our studio, by the way, someone don't steal some shit. When you walk out of the studio, it's on a table right next to the door. So I look at it every day when I walk out. I'm like, God damn.
What the 66 Batmobile?
Yeah, with my Hot Toys Batman and Robin, the Burt Ward and Batman in it.
Yeah,
and it's not plugged in.
I cannot. This right here is definitive for me. Like how everybody felt about the Ecto-1, how they felt about the DeLorean. You know, how people felt about 66 is how I feel about this 89 Batmobile.
Well, dude, here's the thing. I had paid off my Ecto-1. And the shipping costs were $1,500 from Toys Wonderland, and I'm like, I can't afford it. And I have to say, Toys Wonderland, still to this day, I've never used that money, and it keeps disappearing. I have to keep going, I haven't used it yet. Refunding it was like $2,500, refund my money. But I didn't get the Ecto-1 because I realized, where am I going to put it?
Yeah.
So, the Snowspeeder and the Batwing, I can hang. I can hang in here. But that 80. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody would deny that the 89 Batmobile is one of the coolest vehicles in the history of cinema.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. You don't understand how incredibly
it's and by the way, bro. Even the Hot Toys, you slide back the cockpit, it looks amazing. But I'll tell you that Jazz Inc. 66 Batmobile, it's gorgeous, and it makes me want to buy. Their because the Tumbler was re-released. You can get all the Batmobiles now, and I want that Batman Forever, but that 89 Batmobile, the signature edition. It's licensed. I mean, there's a reason why Warner Brothers gave a license to Jazz Inc.
Yeah, definitely a signature edition, and I cannot pass it up. And I think it's a fairly good price for it, especially to have all the moving the parts.
Oh, dude, totally worth it.
The electronic sliding door, LED lights, everything.
Was it 1,400?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it, man. And it's the right proportion. They actually got. It's accurate to the point where it is purely accurate 6 scale.
Yep,
it's going to be incredible. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be and incredible for sure. Yeah. Bradley Michael, this is in the news. Did you see the core of the Earth has stopped spinning? Time to send Aaron Eckhart and the team down to restart it. Thoughts on the 2003 film? This is very funny because the core, I kind of made fun of this last week, was announced. It's being released on 4K. And I'm like, wow. So in the news, the Earth's core, which changes direction or whatever, is changing, like in the movie. And I'm like, this is Paramount just marketing. The fact that the actual core of the Earth, they're just marketing the 4K. So it's very funny that it's happening. But yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing. I've always said the core is the best Roland Emmerich movie that Roland Emmerich didn't make. So, Motawson says, Rob, I watched Strange Days and I loved it. Okay, Strange Days is a 1995 science fiction movie written by James Cameron, directed by Catherine Bigelow that stars Angela Bassett, Ralph Fiennes, and I when I saw Strange Days, I mean, I thought Angela Bassett was a beautiful woman in What's Love Got to Do with It.
Mm-hmm.
But when I saw her in Strange Days, man, I fell in love. She plays a bodyguard. She kicks major booty. Angela Bassett is one of the most beautiful women, I think, who's ever walked the planet Earth. And if you watch Strange Days, and you know what's great about, okay, this is going to seem so crazy to me. You guys are going to think I'm nuts. But one of my favorite movies in the world is Rear Window. Hitchcock's Rear Window, that has Grace Kelly, who is one of the most unbelievably beautiful women in the world. But what's awesome about Rear Window is she loves Jimmy Stewart, and Jimmy Stewart doesn't realize he's got the most beautiful woman ever right there next to him, and he doesn't realize that she loves him and they should be together. Like, she packs a overnight bag with military precision. What woman can do that? Not many, but Grace Kelly does that. In Strange Days, Ralph Fiennes as Lenny Nero has this woman, Mace, who, played by Angela Bassett, who is, first of all, if you see her in this movie, she is so jacked. Because she plays bodyguard and a limo driver. She's so beautiful. She's so hot. She's so sexy. And she loves Lenny Nero. And he's like, completely oblivious. I'm like, dude, you're like Jimmy Stewart in Rear Window. You don't realize that this woman who is smoking hot, like, if you see her with her dreads and her muscles, anybody who watches this movie, you'll feel the same way. You'll be like, dude. And he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. But watch Strange Days, because it's not available in high definition on disc. The only place you can see it, even though it's in the wrong aspect ratio, is on HBO Max. Strange Days, written by James Cameron and Jay Cox, directed by Catherine Bigelow, starring Ralph Fiennes and Angela Bassett. And it is a very interesting science fiction film set in the year 2000, New Year's Eve. So it's incredibly dated. It's like but watch it. I love the movie. It's so interesting. And I'm glad, Motassem, that you loved it. Thank you for that. Leonardo Gulian says, hello again, Rob. Big fan. Is it just me, or every MCU movie show feels like a semi-ensemble now? Lots of guests starring superheroes, like no character-driven story, but, we have the Hulk. Now, before you guys answer this, I did say the reason that I picked tonight's topic was that our friend, mentor, and moderator, the great Tom Jr. Jackson, sent me a letter specifically to us. And he wrote, this is Tom Jr. Jackson, our moderator, wrote a letter that I thought would be a great topic for this show. And he wrote, "What's it all about, Phase 4?" And this is what Tom Jr. Jackson, the goof emeritus.
We are all goof people.
The man who coined the phrase, "We are all goof people," who's our moderator. This is what Tom Jr. Jackson wrote. "Hello, Rob, hosts and fellow goof people of the PGS. On some of the midnight musings, Phase 4 has come into play in conversations. But the one thing that most people don't talk about is the themes of Phase 4. What am I talking about? Well, join me, shall you, for my little lesson on Phase 4. Phase 4 is about family, loss, grief, and overcoming it. Plain and simple. Now, not a whole lot of people bring that up, and while maybe a few months ago it started coming up, I noticed in the middle of Phase 4, but it didn't fully hit me until halfway through Black Panther Wakanda Forever, that Thor was dealing with not only the mistake he made, but the loss of his relationship with Jane and his family, which he chose not to deal with and laugh it off in a way Jane did the same thing too. Star-Lord losing Gamora, Doctor Strange losing Christine, or Monica Rambeau and the loss of her mom, even Yelena with Black Widow. It was all woven into Phase 4. It was a gutsy and ballsy move of Marvel to do it, but it made those feelings real and needed to be dealt with and show not everyone knows how to deal with it. Everyone has a different way. I'm very interested in seeing how Phase 5 handles things, but like I always say, everyone doesn't have to like the same things. I liked Phase 4, and that's my thoughts. Yeah. Thank you for giving me this time to give me my opinion, or my little opinion on Phase 4 and what it's all about. Plus, you now have the song, What's It All About, Alfie, stuck in your head. Well, that's a very 60s reference. Thanks for listening, and happy new goof year, Tom Jr. Jackson. I'm going to throw this out to you because I must go relieve myself, gents, ladies and gents. But I think this is a great thing. I picked this as the topic of the show, and I throw it to you both. What do you think? Uh-oh. Hang on, wait. I just did something not good.
Oh,
and
I see myself.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I just was like, what happened? I don't know. What I meant to do was this. I'll be right back.
Oh.
Okay.
Me? Or you? I don't know.
Well, I guess for me, Phase 4, it was, though the intentions were there, and I agree that it did give off a sense of loss when it came to different characters. Their relationship with, or how they deal with that loss, and how the direction takes that loss. Because the thing is, it's all about loss, but also letting go of the past in a sense, like letting go, dealing with the loss, but then letting go and knowing that there's certain things that you just can't change. It is what it is. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange couldn't change the simple fact that in every universe he loses Christine in some capacity. Like they're just not meant to be together. You know what I mean? And he deals with that. That's a sense of loss. Peter losing Aunt May, it forced him to grow up. It forced him to more so mature, knowing that there was someone that he loved and that was dear to him. Now he's basically on his own, but it forced him to grow up, to mature and accept his responsibility. Now with Thor, I understand that he's dealing with loss based on the decisions that he's basically made. Also, getting himself, dealing with the loss of, his, Jane Foster. Um, but I don't think the movie demonstrated that well enough, because I didn't feel that connection. There's obviously a connection between the two of them, but I didn't feel that sense of loss in that movie. I felt as though, again, another character that was neutered and literally, broken down, to the point where, they didn't, his potential and what we know Thor could be, we didn't get a chance to see that. You know what I mean? So that movie has been very divisive with me, because I don't think that the direction was well enough. It didn't give us a sense of loss from him. He was more of a goofy, goof. You know what I mean? And that's just the way they made him out to be. But, you're right, in other aspects in certain movies that they did go the route of giving these characters that loss to experience. Like they're experience that loss, but it's how you take that loss and either make a transformation. Either you elevate or you stay complacent, and you in that loss to the point you become more bitter. And we've seen that. We've seen those transitions where people had to move forward, had to put the past behind them. And that loss behind them, and also that loss allowed them to really discover who they really were. So I do agree within certain aspects that's what Phase 4 kind of touched on. But Thor Love and Thunder is a totally different beast. And I don't think that I got a sense of loss in that film. That's what I will say. Because again, you wanted to make it funnier. Like again, it was the seriousness and certain points where you could have been serious. I think there was a missed opportunity. And because of that, that's what kind of made that a fail for me. So That one, I'm not really sure if they showed us any type of connection, to be quite honest. What do you think? I don't.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on the Thor: Love and Thunder that the overall tone of the film was presented as if it was a comedy.
Yeah.
And pretty much what they did was that they were joking about cancer, and that's
Yeah.
something that most people won't do. But
Yeah.
was we were presented with a scenario where we knew Thor wouldn't really be joking about something like that, and neither would Jane. But
Yeah.
this is what they wanted to do. They joked about him having his clothes removed, the goats and everything. So then it became difficult to take him seriously at the end of the film,
Hmm.
when you needed to take him seriously. Now all of a sudden he's
Yeah.
responsible, and he was like that all along. That depiction of him, he saves an entire culture, but then destroys their most sacred temple.
Yeah.
That's not fair to him.
Yeah.
So we kept getting these depictions of him that way. And so I think he came off as somewhat ambivalent when in actuality, this should have been his shining moment. This should have been sort of like the Thor film that we were all amazed with how incredible he is. And we didn't get that. And I don't know, with Jane, unfortunately, she was kind of overshadowed by a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
It should have been a serious thing about loss, but it didn't come
I just
across that
wonder how
way.
many dump trucks they had to pull up to her front door for her to say finally yes. Because I don't get it. The thing is, it's like the expectation was for this to be a complete was it from it for the expectation was it for, for it to be a good film, because that's what they advertised, and that's the energy that they gave off. And what I got was nah, nah, wasn't even a slither of greatness, to be quite honest.
Well, I think that Tom's letter was interesting, and I think he's also correct that they
Yeah.
were trying to deal with a lot of emotional things.
Yeah.
And look, even Shang-Chi, the fathers and sons and
Yeah.
estranged families and all that. But here's the thing. To me, Thor: Love and Thunder had all the makings of a classic piece of cinema. I mean, they really could have leaned in. Like, my mother is a cancer survivor twice over. She's had
Yeah.
2 radical mastectomies in her life, lost both of her breasts and her lymph nodes, and she's going to be 84 in April, and she's in great shape.
Bless you.
And anyone who's ever been a cancer survivor or who has dealt with people that have, I think all of us have been touched in some way, of people who have been taken too soon because of it. They didn't deal with that much in Thor: Love and Thunder. The whole thing was kind of a goof, and I found that to be, because I loved Ragnarok.
Yeah.
I really did. I mean, Ragnarok has death and destruction. Odin dies, Asgard's destroyed, and yet
Yeah.
there was something going on in that movie that I thought that it struck a balance. Whereas I thought Love and Thunder, I'm actually, Love and Thunder was a movie that made me disappointed in Taika Waititi as a filmmaker.
Yep.
And it was
Exactly.
somebody,
That's the way I felt.
yeah, and it's somebody that I loved, that I've loved his movies. What We Do in the Shadows, the original film, and then the Wilderpeople, and going on and doing Ragnarok and all that. He'd earned my trust, and I felt betrayed. I felt betrayed by Thor: Love and Thunder. I felt like, here's a guy who's got the whole world. He's an Academy Award winner for Jojo Rabbit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he comes back to do something that I already loved his movie so much, and I felt like this was him thumbing his nose at anybody who took the MCU seriously.
Yep.
And maybe he tried,
Yeah.
but the thing that kills me about that movie is all the elements are there. And I have to say, and again, I love Russell Crowe. I have an enormous love for Gladiator. It's a movie that, do I understand it's not the greatest movie in the world? I love Gladiator. Love it. I love his performance in it. I love Russell Crowe in LA Confidential. I love him in The Insider. I love Russell Crowe.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Russell Crowe's Jor-El in Man of Steel.
Yes.
I loved it. I have the hot toy of it. I love Russell Crowe as Jor-El. His voice, the way he spoke, and I'm not saying he had to do the same thing as Zeus, but you've got to. I mean, I was hoping that Russell Crowe would anchor all this fantasy gobbledygook that they threw at us in Thor: Love and Thunder, because it didn't just undermine Thor; it undermined the entire MCU and the entire cosmology of the MCU.
Yeah.
And I wanted Russell Crowe's a goof. Zeus is a goof. And the funny thing about Zeus is, you know, true satire, you can make him funny, but you can also give him gravitas.
Yep.
And I felt the whole thing was just a goof. I didn't feel gravitas. And Thor: Love and Thunder made me angry as someone who's loved the MCU. I love the MCU. I mean, I can watch Infinity War and Endgame, those 5 hours till the cows come home. Those, I can't believe those movies exist. I love those movies. Love them.
Yeah.
They are so, they're everything I ever wanted. They remind me of when I was 6 years old. Before Secret Wars, before these massive crossovers, just what I loved about these characters. Infinity War and Endgame, for nitpick all you want, they are two great examples, and to me, they're one movie. And I love them so much. And when I look at Thor: Love and Thunder, I'm like, I want to slit my wrists. I'm like, I want to gouge my eyes out, and you know, it's so frustrating to see.
Good. It's just not good. And again, it to me, and I'm not saying, because like I said, I don't mean to, mind you, for those out there who like it, you know, I'm happy you do. I'm just, for me, it didn't satisfy anything. Like literally, it didn't push the needle forward for me to believe that there's still potential for Thor in the MCU. It really didn't, because of the way that we're seeing this, like right now. And I'm hoping that, you know, again, and it takes something like this for Chris to come out after the fact.
Oh,
to say,
look at that Vision. Wait, what Vision figure is that? Oh, you got the. I see what you got there.
Yeah, I have the. It's a third party, of course, but
yeah, but it's, look at that. That's really great. And you got the babies.
Yeah, we're talking. I mean, this is phase 4, right? Ironically. So I wanted him in this suit, but it also comes with the with this outfit as well.
Yeah. But the suits,
I think he looks great.
He looks great.
But, you know, this is him and his. You know, when he goes to the office, it comes.
Yeah. It's great.
This is the head sculpt where he's been killed. Unfortunately, it's sad. I know it's sad.
But Hot Toys hasn't done that. I don't think they're going to do that at all.
And I kind of liked this one because you both remember in WandaVision where occasionally she sees Vision like this.
Yep.
And she'll be sitting down. There's that scene where they're sitting on the couch together and the babies are there and he's sitting there and he's looking at you and he's dead. Like it's like the coolest. It's like, oh my God, you know, like
well, you could I've got all three Thani. I've got all three Hot Toys Thanoses. You could have one sticking his finger into
his head. I mean, I just thought these babies were adorable. The little arm articulates. Look at this crazy.
Speaking of that,
cute that is. But Wanda is another one who definitely has gone through some crazy loss. Like she's no longer that woman in the like in the TV show. That woman is gone, right?
Gone.
So, you know, we did get that sense of loss for her where, you know, she wanted to have children. She created this family, which is these two twins here. And of course, I think she's actually lost vision as well. At least in my opinion, I don't know, maybe not. But, you know, she's done everything in her power to make things come true in a world that is just not true, you know. And so I have the other Wanda. I didn't get the Hot Toys Wanda. I actually have the Disney one. And she, you know, looks pretty good to me. So that's the one I'm going to use. And I have his outfit here. So I'm going to get her to get the old school outfit as well. Maybe have the kids dress up in Halloween, but it's going to be a family thing. But that's what she wanted. I mean, I kind of feel like that this figure is what Wanda wants with the kids. This is her thing. So
no, it's great. I mean, the what we can get now figure-wise. By the way, Lael, Captain America.
Yeah, it'll be here on Monday. Well, it'll probably be here this weekend.
Dude, I pre-ordered that shit.
Yeah.
I've watched 10 different review videos.
Uh-huh.
Might that be one of the greatest 6-scale figures ever made?
Yeah. It's I told everybody already that it's literally my figure of the year already. Because if you've seen videos, you've probably seen it with people who have even used like diorama bases with it.
Oh yeah, dude. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
First of all, I loved it. It's right out of the comic books, but look, I thought the Don Cheadle head sculpt that came with the Endgame Iron Patriot was one of the great head sculpts of all time.
Yeah.
That Anthony Mackie head sculpt on that figure. I mean, it's funny. I've wanted to do. I have never pulled any kind of trigger on this. God, look at that. That looks great.
Nice.
I have always. I want to make a Hot Toys documentary.
Yeah.
And the Hot Toys documentary I want to make is to interview all the people who've had Hot Toys made of themselves. And interview the actors and what is it like? Because we play that video of Scarlett Johansson talking about how disturbing it is. I want to do a Hot Toys documentary where we interview all the actors about and then interview Howard, and go back and talk about Hot Toys and all that. But when I look at that figure, I mean, it's majestic. The wings outstretched. And now let me ask you this. When you were a kid growing up buying toys, action figures, I've noticed, I mean, we've been doing the show 39 episodes. I've noticed, I mean, would this be fair to say that you're black?
It sure is. It's definitely fair.
Okay, it's fair to say you're black. I've noticed that. It's not something I pay much attention to. But as a kid, when you were growing up, were there many action figures you could buy that reminded you of yourself?
No, not many.
Okay.
Not many.
So what is it like when you see that that people are buying a $350, $400 action figure of Anthony Mackie as Captain America, and it is red, white, and blue. It's one of the most majestic, awesome action figures ever made, and it's Anthony Mackie.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Well, you know what? It's again like you kind of feel. The thing that I loved about the show was that it gave you that tension. It gave you that, knowing the consequences of you picking up that shield being Captain America versus how everybody else interprets you.
And the way they did it in that show, I thought was terrific.
It was brilliant.
Touching in on the Truth miniseries, really great.
And what I thought was, even like now having that figure, like there's still going to be disgruntled conversations about, well, no, that doesn't look like, that's not my Captain America. It's definitely going to be those discussions. When I saw it and seeing how well it's done, I'm like, yo, first of all, seeing that and confirming that, that it does look good, it definitely gives me hope for Hong Kong. It does. It gives me hope that they'll continue to create on this level, that they'll give us more ethnicity.
Dora Milaje.
In the community. Yeah, exactly.
You know me, I've been talking about I want my Dora Milaje figures,
bro.
but I think that I'm curious though that to look, somebody decided to make this figure. They knew that it transcends politics, it transcends race.
Yeah.
And it's just fucking awesome. Like, it's awesome. You look at this, I look at this figure and I'm like, my God, I wish, I'm thinking about my 6-year-old self. If somebody handed me that Anthony Mackie Hot Toys Captain America figure when I was 6 years old, I would have been like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, this, I was looking at, I've looked at a bunch of different videos, Justin's video, of course, and other people that shall not be named, but I look at their videos, and I've looked at a bunch of it, and it's like, this figure, I feel like Hot Toys finally is like, okay, we'll step up to the plate, and they went for it, and they
nailed it.
Bro.
Now, let me ask you a question though. That's the thing. When we look at that figure, doesn't it just make you? It's like, and I can even ask this to both of you guys. Looking at this figure, how beautiful it came out, and we know that when we're looking at it, because I was talking about this, the other day. We know that Jazz Inc. is a contender,
Mm.
but when you look at this figure, doesn't it almost like make you say, well, look, like this is the consistency that we want to see from you.
Yes.
So hopefully we can get that level. It's like you almost want that level of consistency because now you're setting a high bar. So, either you meet that bar or you exceed it. Don't go backwards. And I think that's what we all want. We want them to basically go forward. We want, them to continue to move that needle forward and give us something special. Yeah, that's incredible.
Incredible.
That's what we want. It might even be here tomorrow, to be quite honest.
Well, I mean, I think that you are asking a very relevant question that is not just about action figures, but is about our entire society.
Yeah.
Which is, we now have the ability to be excellent. Like Bill and Ted, be excellent to each other. No, but we have the ability to create great things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what I don't understand is why our inclination is to not create great things. Like, I have to tell you, I've been freaked out by the war in Ukraine, which is now a war where one country is literally trying to kill a civilian population. There are no more, combatants, and we're involved, and they're talking all kinds of saber rattling. And I wonder, why is this happening? Why is it that we live in a place where, like, Russia is aggressing against Ukraine? I know they want the territory or whatever, but you guys, you already lost. You lost. It didn't work. And what, you're going to bomb a civilian population, non-combatants, which is what you're doing, and now you're going to the rest of the West. I mean, we're giving tanks or whatever, but there's no offensive weaponry. It's all defensive weaponry we're giving. But my question is, why are you doing this? You have a whole country that has a very rich. I'm a film fan, and the Ukraine. Sergei Eisenstein, who made the battleship Potemkin, shot the Odessa steppe sequence in Odessa, which is now being bombed by the Russians. The Russians, who are connected to Ukraine, and we live in this world where this kind of needless, unbelievable bullshit is happening. And I know this is going to be a stretch for people, but to say that, and then we get that action figure. And I don't mean to denigrate. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that we can have excellence everywhere. People say, Rob, what do you care about action figures or whatever? But what I love is the celebration of creativity on any level.
Mm-hmm.
And when Hot Toys does that Captain America figure from Falcon and Winter Soldier, it shows that people, by the way, people in a different culture, in the Chinese, are making action figures of this quality of American-produced material.
Yes.
Of a black character.
Give ethnicity at its finest level, on its finest level. That you can create something like this that is completely spectacular, and that you're capable of doing it. So
I couldn't have said it better. Precisely. And I look at this and I think it's a celebration. I know it's a toy. I know it's an action figure. I know it costs $350. I get it. But when you look at it metaphorically, it means a lot.
Yes, it does.
Doesn't it?
There's a lot that goes, because the thing is, it's like, even now, like you said it, like back then, growing up in the 70s and 80s, there were very far in between. There were hardly ever any ethnicity or ethnic characters that were presented in a small scale, 12th scale, 10th scale. There were very few figures back then that were ethnic in nature. And we're now getting this now. We're getting who would have thought that, literally. Now, again, they're taking this straight out of the comics. It is comic accurate where it looks incredible. So we see that. But again, seeing a black man representing the American flag through a suit, in the beliefs like that. Again, it's powerful that even Disney would, or in Marvel, would take that risk and say, you know what, no, this is the show we're going to do. We're going to put this show, especially centered around the time period. This is what we're going to do.
And also the conversation he has with the original, the Truth series. Yeah, when he has a conversation with Isaiah Bradley, and Isaiah Bradley's like, they will destroy you. These people are terrible people, and Sam Wilson says, no. I believe in the ideal, even though America is an imperfect place, and there is a lot, like everybody wants to criticize it, absolutely, but he says the idea of America, I'm going to stand up for that, and that was a ballsy political move because it was it was essentially it was optimistic. I mean, now it's like everyone wants to tear down. Let's tear down what's here, and I'm like, okay, that's great. We're gonna tear down the years of oppression, and all this, but what are you gonna put up? What are you gonna add? Like nobody had, and no one has an answer. Let's destroy everything. And I'm like, okay, so we're gonna exist in the smoldering ruins of society. I mean, the fact is, evolution is a bitch, and it's tough. It's a hard world to live in. But the fact is, the United States has had a democracy that's lasted now longer than any other democracy ever in the history of humanity.
Wow,
it is imperfect, indeed. But you know what? It's an experiment that continues on, and it requires people to support. I know to equate it back to one action figure is a stretch, but like you just said, you eloquently put it, it does mean something.
It means a lot. It just like basically it's going to mean a lot to like the Asian community when Shang-Chi is basically released. It's going to mean a lot to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because again, it's something that kind of represents who you really are. You know what I mean? Like that to me is what it's all about, and spreading that love to where you're not one-dimensional, that you are concerned about ethnicity and that you want to bring out the best product for it. I'm happy to see those. I'm happy to see that. You know what I mean?
Now, are you as excited about the Sam Wilson Captain America winged figure as we are?
I am, and of course, as you both are aware, that I loved that storyline with Isaiah Bradley. I felt that was maybe the strongest storyline in the series of that year, because of it just felt like that's the direction that they should have just focused on. I know they had to do some rewrites and had to change things around, and I almost felt that he was kind of the guiding light, the person who could tell him that he could be Captain America, kind of sometimes you need to have an older person to pass the torch or tell you can do something. And he needed that advice. He wasn't in some kind of special place. He was just in the neighborhood. I like that as well. It's like they go to his house and, it looks like any other ordinary house you would see a person living in. And he's so humble, even despite still having incredible strength physically and mentally. Knowing his backstory, but his performance was so spectacular.
Oh my God.
I thought to myself, it was just really a beautiful moment. We want to see things like this.
We need to see things like this going forward.
Yeah, it added so much relevancy to it, didn't it?
It's funny because I love the Falcon and Winter Soldier series. I think a lot more than a lot of people did, and I know that changing.
Loved it. Yeah,
and I thought it had a lot to say, and I. And by the way, can I just say, getting a homeboy over here. Speaking of which,
yes.
As I'm building my Thunderbolts figures, I've got Taskmaster. I've got Yelena coming, and I've already got the Bucky. So I'm building my Thunderbolts, which. By the way, this is, I think, Toys era. This is a great figure. I know I showed it before, but God damn, do I love this figure. Wyatt
and the shield
Russell.
is fantastic too.
It's
really great.
They just totally recast. They totally stole this from Hot Toys. It's so whatever. It's
But
fine.
sometimes you can get some good third-party
Oh
figures
hell
that
yeah. Oh
are
hell
just
yeah.
fun to kind of play with and do whatever you want to do with
Oh, well, the
them.
third, I mean, there's Sonny Dominguez actually says he sent in a tip.
Hey,
And if you want to
Sonny.
send in a tip, there's a link below. Sonny Dominguez says, well, I typed in So-So Toys and it took me to a site called Neo Geek Toys. Is that the same? I'm so confused. Help me out, folks. They have a Predator and a Crow for $100 and coming soon Clark Kent for $129. Is this right, Sonny? No. Because
Not at
you
all.
typed in so, meaning SOSO.
It's
Let me just
double
show you what you
double
need
O.
to type in is
SOOSOO.
yes. And by the way, I have to say that I think that So Toys, it's really interesting having been my friend Rob, who I met here, acquiring his X-Men collection and getting a lot of the old So Toys at Comics Sanctorum that are on sale. So Toys has probably come the furthest in terms of third-party figures and the quality. I mean, Lael, you told me that Kingpin figure was amazing.
Told you, bro. The thing is, I knew it looked good and I knew I wanted it, but I just didn't know how amazing that piece was until I got it in hand and took it outside the box, and I was like, oh wait, oh wow,
Dude,
oh wow,
it's
yeah,
it's unbelievable. And the head sculpt,
yeah,
incredible.
yeah, yeah. Looks just like him, just like him.
John Suntress, who, by the way, John Suntress has a fantastic podcast called the Word Balloon Podcast. Look it up. He's been doing it for, I want to say decades, but not decades, but at least a decade. And he interviews anybody. If you are a comic fan, I would say that the Word Balloon Podcast might be the most definitive podcast on the web for anybody interested in comics and any of its myriad forms. Suntress has interviewed everyone of note, so check it out. So John sent in a tip. John says, hey man, DC Comics new directions are good. Batman, Superman, Flash, Green Lantern, Doom Patrol, Justice League Titans, and now the A-list team. Thoughts? I'm also psyched for Picard Season 3 based on your chatter and Metallis' interviews. Fingers crossed. Let's talk soon on the Word Balloon. Okay. DC Comics new directions. To be honest, I am so checked out on DC Comics. I heard I am surrounded by omnibuses and absolute editions, and I read that they're not gonna release them anymore or whatever, and they're new comics. I mean, and if John knows way more than I do. I don't buy weekly comics anymore. I buy collected book editions. How do you guys feel about where's DC at right now? I don't know. I mean, it seemed like I have no problem with identity politics, but you have to tell me a great story. You cannot put your universe. We're going to have a shared universe. I don't want your universe. I don't want your politics in front of my great characters or great story. They go behind them. And if you want to tell identity politics stories, great. But you have to make your characters and your stories great first. If you lead with your politics, you've ruined the story you're going to tell. And for me, modern DC has kind of done that. And same with modern Marvel. And that's why I buy old omnibuses. What do you guys think? Is that wrong?
I think with DC right now, like I said, it's just, I think there's an alignment, and they're trying to basically align themselves with everything that's actually happening with those DC studios. Again, because there's so many stories that are happening right now. Like right now, I think what I've been reading thus far was Deceased.
Oh yeah, how's that?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, especially now.
I want to get it.
Nearing the end of it, it's pretty good. Like it's well, this is the second wave where they basically say they've come up with a cure for the anti-life, but again, there's an even bigger threat now that they have to deal with. So, there's a lot. I think that DC has potential, and I'm just hoping that they do. I'm going to be quite honest. Some of the decision making right now it's just really head scratchy. Like I'm just scratching my head, and I'm like, I just got to wait and see what's going to happen once they get there. But all in all, we're getting some good content. We just have to wait and see. When it comes to like books, depending on what you pick up, what you read, again, just make sure that it follows. Make sure the books that you're actually getting right now are, because you don't want to have too many like cutaways, too many things. We got to actually have like this book, companion pieces to that book is the main title. Just get the main title, to be quite honest, because if you do that, you're going to get caught up with so many other books. It seems like, man, like I didn't even get to this point yet, or I already knew this was going to happen. Just read the book, plain and simple. But I think like right now we're going to slowly, I guess, see a change. It's just a matter of when. I don't know.
Yeah, what do you think?
I'll be right back, by the way, too. I'll be right back.
I got excited for a character called Yara Flor, and she's essentially a future state Wonder Woman, and it looked very interesting and like it was going to go somewhere. The woman who was doing the writing was a Brazilian woman, and she based the character. The character looked surprisingly like her and looked amazing, and this was kind of
go figure.
Yes. I had to say that the book didn't necessarily deliver the way I would have liked it to have done. And so that was kind of disappointing. But I think if they can come out with a character like that and it is amazing, then I'll buy the omnibus edition, or whatever they're going to be selling. But Robert, they're introducing a lot of different, variations of characters that haven't really been going anywhere or doing anything that people want to kind of latch onto and continue to really just collect.
Well, and now let me ask you this. By the way, let me announce, did I already say this? Can I say it again? I'm going to say it again. Is now an official part of the Burnettwork channel.
Yes.
She is an official, call her an employee, call her a creator, call her a thinker extraordinaire, and by the way, a goof person.
Yes.
She is now fully on board the Burnettwork channel, and I'm very excited to have our collaboration grow, and I think our channel is going to become better for it. Now, that said, our friend King Tannic, that is going to be making our new show. King Tank says, hello, Rob, Lael, and talk about Transformers. Okay, hang on. Now, I understand Transformers is your jam, but this is why you have to watch King Tannic's show on this channel, because he has more to say about Transformers than we ever will. Now, I watch his promo. It's great, but we have to change your title. We have to make it more specific. Mm-hmm. He called it the Culture Show. That could be a good show, but biologists are like, "Oh, I'm growing molds in my cultures." We can't call it the Culture Show.
Pop Culture Show, maybe the pop.
Yeah, but that's too generic too. I need something specific to King Tannic. It's got to be. We need a show. We need a name for your show. It's great because it's going to focus on anime. It's going to be great, or anime. Although I was told to pronounce it anime, which is going to be great, which is what we need on this show. So, I'm very excited. Is coming on board, and King Tannic is going to make a weekly show on the Burnettwork, which is very, very exciting. Very exciting. Yes. Very excited about that. So that's great. And it literally is the Burnettwork. It's going to be our third show behind the ladies of the PGS. We have Que Pasa PGS with Alex Montano and, of course, Roberto Suarez. And King Tannic will be the third show that will deal with anime. I say anime. But very exciting.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad to be official part, Robert. And I'm so looking forward to this year on the Burnettwork.
And by the way, look, I'm going to start sending you like the title of the show must be decided on by the two of us. It's not. I am not going to. You must. King Tannic, you need to must weigh in on your. I can veto your show title because I know you're better than that. I know you did. Your promo's great. Just we need a new title, and is going to have to approve it.
Yes.
Yeah, just saying. And by the way, we should say that we throw out. We want other people. It's the Burnettwork. The idea, my idea was it was going to be a network of different people's shows. And by the way, if your show performs, you will you can make money off it. You know, hopefully, like, subscribe, smash that like button. I have not in the last year. I have not moved above 50,000 subscribers. That's my own fault. I'm sorry, but this is a channel that is for us, the Post-Geek Singularity community. So if you have a great show idea, King Tannic did. His pitch was great. And obviously, you guys should watch Ladies of the PGS. It's actually a really good show. You guys do a really good job. And so, by the way, does Roberto Suarez and Alex Montano. I mean, Que Pasa PGS, which, by the way, is on tomorrow. Alex is in Colombia.
Oh,
he lives in Colombia with his wife, I believe, who's Colombian. He's Mexican, and Roberto's Puerto Rican, and he lives in Portland, Oregon. So they're doing a show tomorrow live in Spanish. I understand it's in Spanish. It's 97% Spanish, but it's pretty cool.
yeah, I love that, Robert. I love that we have a Spanish language show on the Burnettwork. I think it's great, and they're doing such a great job with the show.
By the way, I had Mexican Iron Man. Mike took me out to dinner this week. I'd never met him.
Wow.
I sat down with Mexican Iron Man. I had the best time. What a great guy. He's been such a good friend, and we had the best time. And he said to me, he told me, he said, you know, what Roberto and Alex are doing, they're great. And he speaks, Spanish. I don't speak fluent Spanish, but he said, I take his word for it, that they're doing a great job. So, Alex, Roberto, tomorrow, Que Pasa PGS, 10 a.m. Tune in. You can watch it subtitled. Why not? They do a good job. And they're gonna feature The Last of Us, so that's cool too.
Yes.
So where were we? Lael, you're back. Where are we?
Do we have more super chats, Robert?
We do. Oh, we have tons of super chats. So King Tannic. By the way, this whole thing was teeing up King Tannic's super chat. He said, "Hello, Rob, Lael, and talk about the Transformers." He loves the Transformers. I think are we too old for the Transformers?
No, you're never too old for the Transformers, and especially
look, man, I love Transformers 3, Dark of the Moon. I love that shit. The Battle of Chicago is amazing. What do you guys think of the Transformers?
I love the Transformers movies, but I was actually kind of surprised in one of the films where you see destruction of the Transformers or destruction of the dinosaurs, and like it affected me. And I was like, no, I don't want to see extinction events. And I just think it's very funny, some of the things that they show in the Transformers. But how can you not enjoy the Transformers? Growing up as a kid, seeing that show on every single day, it was amazing. And those die casts, if you were lucky enough to get a die cast Transformer as a kid and kept that, my best friend's brother has all of his original Transformer pieces from the 80s. And it's just amazing to see. They still look fantastic. It's a great line to collect. Although if you do collect Transformer, if you have a collection, it's just like your collection is going to be enormous because they have so many products. But that new Transformer that they came out with, the one where you can say Optimus Prime.
Oh my God, that's one of the most amazing toys I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't have it, but I want to get it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It actually transforms. It's interactive. Everything.
Yeah, insane. Now, the trailer for the new Rise of the Beasts or whatever,
Mhm,
it looks.
mhm.
I loved. I thought Bumblebee was a
It looked
really
good.
good movie,
Mhm.
and Rise of the Beasts looks really good.
It looks like it's going to be good. Yeah,
It looks good.
and I think it will be. I think it definitely will be. Again, I've had my gripes in the past about the Transformer films because, again, it's you know there's so much wealth in the IP that I felt as though the first a few of those films didn't get right. I again and this is just me being a Transformer fan. You know what I mean? uh it just they've made some really interesting choices. I hope now that after Bumblebee that they've settled and said, okay, now we know what direction we need to go. We need to listen to the fans, number one, who wanted OT characters, you know what I mean, who wanted the original trilogy, the OG characters. Let's kind of sprinkle that in there and give it to them, as much as we can. Beast Wars, it looks like it's going to be incredible, so I can't wait to see.
It looks cool. I mean, um, okay, so Al Renshaw, who's by the way a fan of the John Campea show and this show, so Al, good to see you. Al comes back and says, "This is very interesting. I'll be very curious to hear what you guys think. This dropped today. Per the Hollywood Reporter, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, aka Fleabag, will write and executive produce a Tomb Raider series for Amazon. There's no word whether or not she's starring in it, but she's going to produce and write it. Thoughts on this and the connected universe with the game and movie coming? So they want to create a Tomb Raider universe. And Phoebe Waller-Bridge, who, by the way, wrote for No Time to Die, the last Bond film. She's done Fleabag, star of Fleabag, and she, of course, is in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. She's in that, and she was announced as being the prime mover behind the new Tomb Raider series. I'll say she's a great writer, I think a great talent, and very funny. Now, I think a lot of people think like, well, why is Fleabag involved in Indiana Jones? It's like, look, great writers can transcend genres. They can do all kinds of things. I think this is very interesting. Apparently, her writing work and her starring work in Indiana Jones is quite good, and people liked her script polish in No Time to Die. So maybe it could be great. And what's funny to me is, up until she was announced as being involved in James Bond, people loved Fleabag. Like everybody loved Fleabag. I did not hear one bad thing about it until it's like, oh my God, Phoebe Waller-Bridge is writing for No Time to Die, and oh my God, and then she's going to be in the new Indiana Jones movie. The reason she got tapped to do these things is because her writing in Fleabag was really great.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I leave it there. I give it over to you. What do you guys think?
I think it would be great if she can write something interesting for Tomb Raider. I mean, the two people that I know who played it was Angelina Jolie and Alicia Vikander, two very different actresses, very different perspectives on this character. And to be honest with you, when Angelina Jolie played the character, Tomb Raider, the game, was an incredibly popular game at the time. It was huge.
Yeah.
And, Angelina Jolie was, also incredibly popular as a star. She was perfect in that. And I think it added a lot of appeal and fun to it, because Tomb Raider might have been one of the first games I ever saw where you could completely kind of control the person or the character and go on those adventures. And it was amazing to see. So that was a very special time. By the time Alicia Vikander, and it couldn't be more than 5 years ago that she played that role, it was a very different franchise. And I kind of hope that if we are going to get a new movie along with a new game that's coming out, it's something that is going to be fresh and new. I don't think they can repeat the same games from Tomb Raider. That it has to be something amazing. And so she kind of like has her work cut out for her, I think. And they have to pick the right person to play it in the movie. That's also going to be really hard to, following Angelina Jolie that's kind of like a hard act to follow, right? But I think Alicia Vikander was pretty good. But who knows who they'll pick next. It has to be, just somebody who's amazing and who can fill those shoes of those two amazing stars. So maybe she'll write an incredible script, and it'll be as much fun to play that game as it is to watch the new film. I hope that happens. I hope we get something fun. I think that Tomb Raider could continue on, for eternity if they do it right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I mean, I totally agree with you. By the way, it's so funny. We've got like breaking news on this show. And what I love is the interactivity of the Post-Geek Singularity community. So King Tanic, as I dissed on his title of his show, he came up with a new one.
Oh, cool.
And sent me a logo. Like, this is the kind of creativity and interactive experience that I love. So this title is what we're going with, just so you know. So King Tanic is going to do a weekly anime show on the Burnettwork, and it's going to be called, ready? The Otaku Experience. Yes, that's the show I want. And now all of you are looking at yourself going, what is that? You know what? We are all otaku, and you're going to find out. And you know why? Because King Tanic is going to make you understand the otaku experience. That's the kind of show. That's some officer thinking. King Tanic, you fucking rule. I can't wait to see the show. That's what it's called. The Otaku Experience. And for those of you who are not familiar with anime, well, you will be. You will be. So that's the show, man. Yes, done. Finished right here live on this channel. So
sounds good to me.
Yeah, so it right? It's all good. Now, here's the thing I have to ask you guys. So it's almost 3 a.m. for you.
Yeah.
So, which, I mean, it's like what Lawrence Welk said. Good night, sleep tight, and pleasant dreams to you. That's what happened at the end of the Lawrence Welk show. But your mom will know.
Yes.
Your mom will know. How's your mom, by the way?
Mommy as well. She's doing okay. She's doing her physical therapy, trying to build up strength this year. It's going to be, she's going to be a stronger 85-year-old.
Well, you do drag her around the world, which is pretty cool.
Yes, I do.
You never go anywhere without your mom. It's great. You're like,
true.
I'm going to the Himalayas. Now, how can I bring my mom to the top of the mountain? And that's one of the reasons I love you so much is you. And by the way, having met your mom is absolutely delightful.
Amazing.
Thank you. And she is going to Star Wars Celebration dressed as a Jedi.
Oh,
so
my God. Fantastic. By the way, if you're going to, now I do expect daily videos, even if it's only from your phone. Send me footage. I'll put it together. By the way, the two of you have to, you got to do some video for this channel. Mm-hmm. I want to see you guys get together and hang out.
We Star do Wars actually when we go to these events.
I know. How cool would that be, though? To see.
Yeah, it would be cool.
So hang on. So you're taking your mom, and Lael, you're taking Latoya. Mm-hmm. Now, are you guys going to cosplay every day?
I didn't cosplay every day. I cosplayed a few days. It was easier to cosplay when my mom is there, but yeah. Sorry.
I only say that because I just want to watch. I mean, Latoya T is, let's face it, one of the most exquisite creatures ever known to man. And I want to see her dress as either a Sith or a Jedi. I don't know. I want to see some Cocoa Tulip Jedi action. You know what I'm saying?
I have to definitely ask her and see what because she did mention it because she asked me and I was like, well, I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, that's the wrong answer, Lael. That's the wrong. When your beautiful lady asks you about dressing up and cosplaying, the answer is yes, baby, you should. And you're a clothing designer, so you should design some cool shit. Why are you not telling her this?
Well, you know what? She can do it. I'll take pictures. I'll do it that way. I'll just take the pictures of her while she does it. because I'm just so excited about being in London. I didn't think about that aspect of cosplaying or anything like that.
Oh my. Okay, listen.
I might
Listen.
though. I might.
I'm a lascivious old man. And you have Coco Tulip. I played her. I promised her. I played her promo for her clothing. She's a great designer. But to see her dressed as either a Jedi or a Sith, this old man would enjoy that.
You did.
And I'm just saying. And by the way, so would you. So would the world. Coco Tulip. Come on, Latoya.
Mm-hmm.
Let her dress as oh, look at that. Come on. There we go. Where's that from?
Star Wars Celebration last year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a background story. She's obviously a light Jedi. I'm a dark Jedi. And what happened was she was on a mission, crash landed on a planet, had me, she raised me, but I am tempted by the dark side until I end up having to take care of Baby Yoda.
Wow.
And it changes my whole perspective on the Force.
What a great picture though. Wow, look at your mom. Your mom totally looks like the wizened Jedi master. That's fantastic.
Nice.
I love it.
Thank you.
So now we figured out King Tanic's new show is called, and I'm the Otaku Experience. I love that. But I'm not saying we can still work on that too. A little general, but it's fine. And then Mmmm is now on the channel. She's going to be a full-time. You're now an employee, the first employee of this channel.
Yes, I am.
First employee, and Lael. I mean, I don't want to take you away from anything, but I have designs on you. I have to. We'll see but we'll see what happens. We're going to move forward on a number of different levels. But I love the fact that you guys. Now, let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question from a moral, ethical standpoint. I want your total, honest opinion. So I have talked a lot about going to Europe and doing like a trip across Europe where we meet with imagination connoisseurs from Germany, France, Italy, and we would do live shows across Europe. Now, Tango Shalom is playing at the Berlin Jewish Film Festival in June. Mm-hmm. And Dieter lives in Germany. And I was thinking, look, I can't afford to go to Europe. Oh, look at that. That's amazing. What a great photo. You guys, that's amazing. What was that like, Lael, being playing chess, playing 3D chess in the Falcon?
On the Falcon? I mean, just that whole experience was incredible. The whole experience was incredible. Like, it really, really was.
I mean, the great action figure collectors and Coco Tulip and you.
Yeah. It was such an experience, man. We had so much fun.
By the way, can you send me that picture?
Yes, and of course, yes, I will send it to you now. And something, that being able to hang out with everybody was the thing that I enjoyed the most. That was the thing that means more to me. I do enjoy the other things, but finally being able to hang out with everybody, that's the part that means the most to me. To going to Celebration and everything is seeing the community, and that it's just, we had such a great time.
Oh my God, it's so good. So wait, let me ask you this. The question I was going to ask is, like, I can't afford to go to Europe. However, should I crowd fund a show like that, or would that be crass and disgusting?
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. If you crowd fund something, you have to give, like, in my mind, it's like, I've been paid to go to conventions. And when I've been paid to go to conventions, my philosophy is I stay there the whole time. I don't just go sign. I'm there the whole day. Like
Yeah.
you've bought my time. I'll go out for breakfast. I'll go to the convention. I'll go for dinner. If you fly me, like I have to say, one of my favorite experiences ever as a fan was I was at the Fort Collins Comic-Con 6 months before Richard Hatch passed away. And
Okay.
I was there with Richard Hatch and Gigi Edgley from Farscape.
Wow.
It was one of the most fun, a fan-run convention. Families were there. The people that ran that convention, it was amazing. They were amazing. Everybody was amazing. I had so much fun. And I felt like, I did not know that within Fort Collins, the vicinity, there are 300 distilleries. Oh, God, look at that picture. Look at that. That's so great.
I sent it to you as well.
Oh, so good. So here's what I want to do. I can't afford it because the house and all that. But so what I would want to do is if I crowdfunded a trip to Europe, it would be, I've always talked about, it'd be an imagination connoisseur trip where I'd go to Europe and have imagination connoisseur events. So the money that would be paid into it would be used to like have screenings of Free Enterprise or going to places and setting up like things that we would pay for, whether it was drinks or and again, Dieter Bastian. I've never met Dieter. Tango Shalom is opening at the Berlin Jewish Film Festival in June. Like have him come up from Saarbrücken and do a whole thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know if people would be interested in that, but it would be fun to
never know
do.
until you put it out there. They
Yeah,
definitely will.
it's always, we work on people's kindness and the fact that they support us.
Yeah.
So when you do something, and I've been involved in one in particular, a crowdfunding campaign that didn't deliver, even though I delivered, even though I've been sued twice for not delivering, but I did deliver the Axonar thing. The question is, do we, it's just, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do, but it would be great because there are people on the channel. We've never done the lovely Emma Bannon, Dieter Bastian, Martino Sulmoni, Terrier, who lives in Norway.
In London, right? She's in London.
She's in London. Yeah.
Well, I have to see if I can contact her. And
Oh, no. You have to. Like, you know what? I'm going to contact her, and oh my God, you guys both. As a matter of fact, when you're in London, let's figure out a way to do. We have to do a live show, and you have to get Emma Bannon on the show.
Okay.
That would be amazing, even if it's only for a couple of minutes. But anyway, look. It's 3:06.
Yep.
I'm gonna let you both go. Before I let you go, though, let me start with you, Lael. Where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me currently right now at the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Definitely, that is my channel. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel right now. It is the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Also by the same name on Instagram as well. On our way to 4,000 subscribers. So definitely that's what we're trying to get to. So if you haven't already, make sure you do so. Great content. What do we got coming up? We have Collectors Lounge International, of course, on Sunday. Monday, Comic Book Talk with Friends. Wednesday, Say What Wednesday. Uncivilized Scoundrels next Thursday. And then I'm actually next Friday, I'm doing a special interview with Yost from Jazz Inc. at 11 a.m.
Wow. Dude, that's a great score.
Yeah, so I'll be doing that with him at 11 a.m. next Friday Eastern. So check that out. Definitely talking about the future of the company.
That's a big deal, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's going to be incredible, man. I can't wait. He hit me up. He was like, he watched the show the other day. He was like, man, I would love to come on. I said, thank you very much. I would definitely want to have you on. So we're going to do a one-on-one corner episode. So definitely have that. And then also Figure Flex Friday, of course. So yes, that's where you can actually find me. Again, just make sure that if you haven't already subscribed, head on over there and subscribe now.
Let me just say, to have an official licensee of Warner Brothers coming on your channel to talk about his product, that's very cool. Congratulations, man.
Appreciate that, man.
Really, really cool. tell us what you're doing.
Well, on Sunday, you can find me on my show Sunday Brunch on my channel, Positive Fandom, at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I also have a live watch party of The Last of Us, also on Positive Fandom at 9:30 p.m. So do check that out. We're going to be watching it in a slight delay. With Lorena Creole, who will be joining me for that watch party. So for episode 3 on Positive Fandom, but also on Monday at 6 p.m., I will be on the Burnettwork for my show, Ladies of the PGS, a show I also do with Lorena Creole. And you can also find me on my channel on Tuesday. I'm going to be doing a show with Cameron Pasha. We're going to be reviewing a movie called The Message. So please do check out my channel on that day. Are you familiar with the movie, Robert?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to be doing that. I'm so excited. I've been working with Cameron quite a bit on that and more programs with him. And on Friday, I'm also going to be reviewing a show with Darth Plato. It's going to be part 3 of Napoleon and Josephine, a love story in anticipation of the new Napoleon series coming out. But you can also find me on Thursdays on the 1/6 Scale Man Network on Uncivilized Scoundrels, as well as our Toxic Male Appreciation show on Lorena's Twitch channel on Thursdays as well. So I have a lot going on, but just want to thank everybody for your support here on the channel. And Robert, I'm so happy to be part of the Burnettwork officially. And, we have a lot coming up. We're going to be doing a Picard live watch party for season 3 right here on the Burnettwork, which I'm also really excited about when it starts.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't tell you how happy I am to bring you on officially and being a part of this. It's amazing. And one of the great things I've loved about YouTube is I met both of you through this platform, and it's the more we can do, the more we can make something of ourselves and create new stuff is great. I mean, I love this because you know what this is? It's all of us sharing our passions. And isn't it great that we live in an age where we can do this for a living or do this as an avocation or just to be able to share your passions with the world at large and have people that are like-minded join us in doing so? It's a privilege. It's a sacrament. Call it what you want. It's great.
Yes.
It definitely is.
So I want to thank the two of you once again for being here for another great episode of Midnight Musings, our 39th.
Wow.
39th? Like for real? Wow. Lael, I bid you a very good evening.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Good night, everybody.
I will say goodbye to both of you. Well, kids, now it's just me. You just have me, and we have not even finished the super chats yet. So, and as you know, when it gets late at night, there's the possibility I'm going to bring you on. Bring you ne'er-do-wells on. Bring you people. What do you mean, you people? By the way, you people. I haven't seen it yet. Can't wait to see it. It looks, Eddie Murphy. I love Eddie Murphy. And you people looks to be astonishing. I can't wait to see it. So let's see what we got here. Where we're at. Groovy Don't Play has been a member for 8 months of the Burnettwork. By the way, thank you, Groovy. I appreciate that. Jaimin D with a $20 super chat. Jaimin D says, hello, Rob, and Lael. They just left. I hope the Friday night is still flowing in those glasses. Well, it's certainly flowing in mine. But I will say this. To be honest, I know a lot of you are going to be sad about this, but as Arlie Ermy said in Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket, you are a disgusting fat body. Well, that's me. That was, I don't know what that was, a English version of it. So I, like, tonight, this weekend, is the last weekend of alcoholic beverages. I'm going on a very strict, not because anyone told me. I'm just going to do it. I want to look good. I want to be like I want to be a stud again. And that means, I have to lose, to be honestly, 65 pounds to get back to where I was in high school. 65 pounds. That's a lot. It's a lot. But that's why I last time I worked out, I did that once before. I was 195 in high school. I went down to 200. Look, not because I'm never going to look like the super stud I am in my mind's eye. I just need to get in better shape because I'm old. So, going to do the whole keto thing like I did before, work the hell out, bust up. It's going to be great. Fantastic. Anyway, so, this is the last weekend. It's all going to be iced tea, even Diet Coke gone, It's going to be green or regular tea is my beverage of choice. Beverage of choice. So, I know, I'm not going to be as fun. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll be more cogent. So, just so you know, it's all going to happen. Groovy Don't Play says, Groovy Don't Play, who just became a member, says, any interest in Wandering Earth 2? Loved it. Bruh. Oh my God, are you kidding me? So I took Elizabeth to see Wandering Earth 1 at an IMAX theater. I looked up. So for those of you who don't know, there is a Chinese science fiction author, and I can't even pronounce his name, but he did write the Three Body Problem trilogy. He also wrote the book The Wandering Earth that they made a film based on that I saw in the theater. Wandering Earth 2 opened. It's playing here in LA. I cannot wait to see it. By the way, if you doubt my love of The Wandering Earth, once more, this is a Wandering Earth 6-scale action figure, of which I have 2. I've never even opened this because, actually, that's not true. I opened it once. I was so scared about how much stuff is in this. I had to put it away. I couldn't do it. Cannot wait. Oops, to see Wandering Earth 2. I can't wait. This weekend for sure. So, very, very excited about Wandering Earth 2. So thanks, Groovy Don't Play. Thomas Logan, new member. Thomas, just so you know, you become a member of this channel every other week. We do member chats that last 4 or 5 hours. No, 3 to 5 hours. Okay, 3 to 5 hours. So if you are a member of the channel, how it works is you come in, we announce the show, and everyone puts up their hand. Normally, you can just, for 10 minutes, you can say whatever you want. And we only do that because we have to, and everybody has to be able to speak and, talk. It's fun. It's so good. Hokulawa says, big fan, Rob, changed my name for the chat. Keeping it going. Hokulawa, first of all, that's a great name. I love that. Leonardo Gulian. I hope I got it. Oh, by the way, just pronounce it Jijin. Oh, Jijin. Okay. All right. So it's Leonardo Jijin. That's better. Thank you for that for me. It's easier. Hated Thor Love and Thunder so much that it made me rethink Taika's Star Wars. Like, do I want stormtroopers punching Grogu? Different beasts, but I was really mad. Well, Leonardo Jijin, I'm with you. I did not dig Thor Love and Thunder. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool MCU fan. I mean, I really am. Huge dyed-in-the-wool MCU fan. I never hated any of their films. There's things I like more than others, but I hated. Thor Love and Thunder was the first film that I hated it. Like, hey, I hated it. I didn't like it at all. It was frustrating because the elements were there. You know, I felt that it was here was a very, I mean, I went through my own family. My mother had 2 radical mastectomies, which means a radical mastectomy means they take your breast and your lymph nodes. And that happened in my own family 3.5 years apart. And my grandmother, my mom's mom, that I loved, she died of breast cancer when she was 56 because at the time they didn't have the technology and she was in denial. It was not good. My mom, based on the fact that her mother died so quickly and swiftly, my mother was like, if there was any inkling of any kind of disease, they would get rid of it. And so my mother, she would go in diligently, and when they found something, it's like, take it out, get rid of it. My mom will be 84 in April, and she's in great shape. But Thor: Love and Thunder, I thought it made light of all this. That movie had all kinds of amazing concepts in it. And I thought, you know, it was a goof. It was just, I didn't want to be a goof. And I think none of us do. I mean, here's the thing. We had Batman and Robin. You know, we saw that our superheroes, the thing about superheroes, they work best when they are taken seriously. We've had enough superhero parodies. The key to making great superheroes work, and by the way, I do love Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, and Justice League. Zack Snyder went too far. There's a balance that needs to be achieved. The MCU has done it the best, but and Superman the movie achieved that balance. I do think that Zack Snyder's Justice League, as much as I love it, the problem with Zack Snyder's vision of it was too serious. It was too, and the thing is, inherently superheroes have to have an element of whimsy to them. If you remove the element of whimsy, you destroy what you're doing. And I think that, and I understand the idea, let's make them serious, let's make them grim dark. It's fine, but ultimately it doesn't work. And Zack Snyder's Justice League, I loved it. I'm a huge Man of Steel supporter, but I think Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, I mean, come on. You've got somebody leaving a glass of piss on a senator's desk. It goes too far. It just goes too far. And it goes too far into grimdark, and it loses the whimsy. Superheroes inherently have whimsy in them. And when I say that, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be crazy, but it has to be, you have to believe it. You have to want to be, look, every superhero movie should make you want to be that main character. I never thought I'd want to be Paul Rudd, but you know what? I want to have that Ant-Man technology. So, anyway. Let's see where we're at. Hang on. Oh, wait. Hang on. I have to go back up. Sonder Atelier. Is it Atelier? Sends in a $20 super chat and says, "Hey, gang. Are there any events in the comics you'd personally like to see occur in the MCU? With the X-Men coming, I'd love for them to build up to Magneto and adapt the Fatal Attraction event where he completely wrecked the team." Sonder, that's a great question. I mean, here's the thing. The problem, okay, not that what you said isn't great, because I have the, almost knocked over a bunch of stuff. I have the Fatal Attraction omnibuses. Now, here's the thing. So many of our comic book stories, which we love, have to be earned. And we've already read all the comics leading up to our favorite stories. The problem right now, here's my problem. If you look at my desk, I keep adding mutants to my desk. The problem with the X-Men is they have not been established. They're talking about mutants in a way that it's so weird. I get why they have to do it. But it is weird. It's weird. It's just like we don't know. Like I don't know. I love mutants. I love the X-Men. The X-Men are my favorite Marvel comics, and I've read. In my lifetime, I've literally read 500 Marvel X-Men comics. And the fact is, there's so much groundwork and so much mythology. What's happening, and I understand, they didn't own the X-Men. They couldn't have them in the MCU. So the big question now is, how are they going to incorporate them in the MCU? Namor's a mutant. Miss Marvel is a mutant. I mean, I think that Quicksilver and Wanda are mutants. They're miracles, but let's face it, they're both mutants. Come on, we know it. Everyone knows it. So they have to explain that. But it's rough. I don't know what they're going to do. My theory is that I believe that mutants have always been in the MCU. They just haven't revealed themselves, because why would they? There doesn't have to be. The way the MCU exists now, if mutants make themselves, if they reveal themselves and fight during the Kang Dynasty, people are like, oh, we didn't know this. It would work for me. It would work for me. But they've been here all the time and they're hiding, I guess. But the Fatal Attraction, the problem with all the great mutant storylines, God loves, man kills, I mean, the whole, I look at, by the way, I have a lot of X-Men omnibuses. I'm looking, I'm like, whoa. There's a lot there. There's shelves of them. But they have to establish them first. And you can't go to like the Fatal Attraction storyline. Everybody has to be built up first. Before you can destroy somebody, you have to make them a character. I know it's a tough thing. King Tanic says, quick dogging on me in front of the chat. Dude, I love you, man. I'm so proud of what you're doing. I'm not dogging on you at all. I love what you're doing. I can't wait to have your show be a part of this. We just have to make it awesome. And you are awesome. And by the way, should I show your... No, I can't, because it'll take too long. Look, King Tanic is going to make an incredible show about anime, and I'm very excited for it. And I feel very privileged. I really do. And it's all good. T. Orlando Pearson says, first time super chat. Shout out from ATL. I think that's Atlanta. Well, first of all, T. Orlando Pearson. What a great name that is. What a great name. Love it. T. Orlando Pearson. And by the way, I love Atlanta. I've been there. I've been there once. I was there for Dragon Con. I was the guest of honor. I loved it. It was great. Pollywog sends in a tip and says, I just sent a letter with my Reeves Mr. Freeze pitch, but I sent it to Robservations by mistake. Interested in your guys' take on it. Well, Pollywog, if you're going to send me a letter, I'll read it. Go to postgeeksingularity.com and send it there. Send the letter there. Or you can find me on Twitter at Burnett RM and DM me, because my DMs are open. Glenn Mark says, I'm asking myself, do I go to Spreaker, or if I bring a visual element to my show, pitch the Burnettwork first? Well, Glenn Mark, come on. If there's a visual element, join us. You're in. I know people. You can do it. You can do it. But it depends. I mean, if it's audio only, we can work with that as well. I mean, happy to do it. Tom Jr. Jackson sends in a super chat and just has a face going, ah! I don't know what that means. Is that something I did? Alex Detman with a $50 super chat. So Alex Detman Alex Detman has a gentleman, a young man, an exceptional young man named Marcel. Now, Marcel has been modifying 3 3/4 action figures. And by the way, this is probably wrong of me, but he made some for me that I keep at arm's length because I actually like playing with them. This is the Predator from the latest Predator film. Here is a new version of a RoboCop. By the way, this figure is really this is pretty exquisite. It's really well done. So RoboCop as a 3. These are all modified figures that Marcel, and I think Marcel, what Alex Detman says, he said this at 12:14, so maybe Marcel is still awake. By the way, Marcel, aren't you like 9? What are you awake now? It's fine. So I stayed up late all the time when I was a kid. Alex said, Rob, did you get my message on Facebook? I think I did. I did. Marcel is awake and asks, who is your favorite character of all time? Because he plans on making all of you guys your own custom figure. Finally, Rob H. says, hell, you are his favorite. He relates. I don't know what that means. Listen, Alex, if you're there with Marcel, I know Marcel's, I think you're 9, Marcel. I mean, I have so many different favorite characters. The real question you want to know is, what's my favorite character that's toyetic? You know, because I have to say, your action figure modification skills, they're dope, dude. They're dope. You're a young man. You're like Jack Wallace's son, who's a great action figure photographer. You're making great action figures. You guys should team up and do your own channel. But it's interesting. My favorite character. Okay, here's this is not a hard figure to make, but I would love one. I'd love a figure. There's a 1976 science fiction movie called Logan's Run. What I want is a Sandman. I want a Sandman. It's a black figure, cloth outfit with a gray stripe. So you're asking me what you can make for me, Marcel? This mission, if you choose to accept it, is to make me a Logan 5 action figure from the 1976 movie Logan's Run. Why is that significant? Because when I was 9 years old, my mother took me and my sister to the John Dance Theater in Bellevue, Washington, and I saw Logan's Run when I was 9. It blew my mind. So, Alex, there you go. What can I say? Kaz Graphics, who is the cheesemonger. The cheesemonger. I know. We have a sommelier, not just me. We have a real sommelier. And we have a cheesemonger. That would be Kaz Graphics, because he is the man that provides us with the most amazing anything to do with cheese. I mean, it's incredible. Beecher's handmade cheese. 2 locations, as far as I know, New York and Seattle. I have to tell you, Oprah said Beecher's handmade cheese, their mac and cheese that they make, is the best mac and cheese she had. Not that I would ever doubt Oprah, but she's not wrong. And Kaz Graphics is, by the way, Kaz Graphics, speaking of Kaz Graphics, I am drinking this out of his, I've told him before, he knows this. This is my favorite glass of all time. The VN Graphics, this is his company, his graphic company. He sent me this glass. I love these glasses. I have multiples of them. It's basically, it's a beer can as a glass. And thank you, Kaz Graphics. But amazing. So, by the way, Kaz Graphics he says, been a while, but I have a package for you soon. But I also have an art show at the Experience Music Project, also called Mopop for Black History Month, which is February. Just wanted to let you know I'm still around. Blessings to you and the family. Kaz Graphics, that's amazing. Okay, first of all, Kaz Graphics is one of the foundational members of the Post-Geek Singularity community. And he lives, actually, I believe, he now lives in Kirkland because he moved. Kirkland was the place where Wally's Comics was that I went when I was in high school and got my comics. But so Kaz Graphics is a foundational member of this community, and he's always sending Elizabeth and I Beecher's homemade or handmade. It's handmade cheese. Unbelievable. I mean, and he's also sent me T-shirts and hats and fantastic. So that and he's an incredible graphic designer. So the idea that he has an art show now, the EMP is the Experience Music Project. It has the Frank Gehry Smash Guitar Roof. Paul Allen built it, and it is the greatest pop culture museum ever, and it has incredible rock stuff. It also has great sci-fi stuff. I actually went to an event there 20 years ago, maybe. It was incredible, and they had the Star Trek exhibit there that I was there. You could see me in it, but the experience to have an art display at the Experience Music Project in February for Black History Month is amazing. Because Kaz Graphics, even though I think of him as the cheesemonger of the channel, I mean, Kaz Graphics to have artwork displayed at the Experience Music Project during Black History Month in February is amazing. So, Kaz, as I drink out of your glass, here's to you, good sir. Congratulations, by the way. Maybe I have to come up and see that. That'd be amazing. I think I should, to be honest. We should let's I'd love to come meet you. I'd love to come up. I have to see my mom anyway, so I could pop up for a weekend. We could see your display. Go to the 5 Points, get some dicks, drive in. Not when I say, if you're from Seattle, when you say eat a bag of dicks, people know what you're talking about. Just saying. Binary Sunset Media says, I want to talk Star Trek 5. Okay, we can do that. And then Binary Sunset Media says, Rob, working on a Star Trek 3 fan cut, want to chat and ask notes. We can do that too. But when? When? And where's my figure? I know. No pressure. It's okay. I appreciate you. Freddie Lane says, I turned 30 today. I got to smoke the dank nugs, performed at a bar, and am now watching the Master of Fun and Wonder RMB with my beautiful wife. Man, Freddie Lane, you are living your best life. That's amazing. Now, I have to ask you, have you ever seen the movie Logan's Run, the 1976 MGM released science fiction epic directed by the man who directed Flash Gordon? I know, right? The 1980 Flash Gordon. And if you haven't seen Logan's Run, the thing about Logan's Run is when you turn 30, it's your last day. And these secret police come and hunt you down and kill you. But I would say that you turned 30, you got to smoke the dank nugs, performed at a bar, and you're now watching the Master of Fun and Wonder R&B with my beautiful wife. First of all, if you have a beautiful wife and it's your birthday, you should not be watching me. You should not be watching me. Here's what I would advise you to be doing. Here, like, you should be tearing your wife's underwear off with your teeth and getting down and doing some work, doing some real, call it, be a cunning linguist. I mean, I'm talking, you upturned 45 degrees, find the place you have to be. You go from like 60 beats per minute to 120 beats per minute. You make it work. You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't watch me. You have your beautiful wife. Watch your wife. I want you to go do some work. Do the Post-Geek Singularity proud. First of all, happy birthday to you. Congratulations, you performed, and your beautiful wife. I'm happy that you guys are married and all that, but come on, now it's your turn. Make your 30-year-old do some work for you. You know what I'm saying? We all want that. Anyway, just saying. Agent Silver Fox says, wow. Rob, what are the chances you think Lady Death will appear in the MCU Phase 5 or 6? Well, that's an interesting question. So, in the Marvel comics, Thanos was obsessed with death. Lady Death. And that's a thing that works in the comics. I don't, as the viceroy of verisimilitude, I think it's hard to establish. That gets too. One of the great things about the MCU, and one of the things I thought ruined Thor: Love and Thunder, is the fantasy element of it went too far. Because what the MCU did, here's the Rob Burnett theory of what makes superhero films work. We need to believe as an audience that the superhero characters in our movie can exist outside our windows. And I think that the MCU made us believe, because the first film, Iron Man, like, I live in California, I live in LA. Tony Stark's house is in Malibu. I believe if you watch Iron Man 1, you believe that could happen. And the MCU, more than I would say more than almost any franchise, the MCU made you believe that it was real, that you believe that could happen. And that's what we want. We want to believe in our fantasy. We believed in Game of Thrones. And the reason that season 8 of Game of Thrones was such a disaster is all of us were asking the same question. The Night King. What do they want? What are they doing? What is their they clearly had a strategy. They were able to take down dragons. They knew they needed one. And so we're all waiting. The question for 8 years was, what does the Night King want? What does he hope to achieve? He's smart. He has strategy. And then the reason a lot of us hated episode or the 8th season was this threat that was established in the very first episode of Game of Thrones that we've been watching for a decade was rendered moot. They were literally meaningless. And let me go on. Daenerys Targaryen, I mean, her whole story was learning how to become a leader. And so it was leading up to Cersei and Daenerys and their confrontation. Cersei was rendered moot. She was totally emasculated in season 8, sitting at we never got what the story was leading up to. You have a woman that Cersei, this evil, horrible, awful woman, coming up against a woman that had been out in the world and had led life. She'd seen things good, bad, indifferent, all that. It was leading up to the clash of who will lead. When you have feminine energy that was molded in different ways, what's the result of that? We didn't get that. It was terrible. It was so disappointing. I don't even know what I'm talking about, to be honest, right now. But anyway, I'll keep going on. So I don't think... Okay, wait. Now I know. Agent Silver Fox, I don't think that Lady Death will appear in the MCU because the fantasy aspects of that character are outside of the purview of the cinematic MCU. Now, look, anything can happen, but I do think it works in comic book form, but it's a stretch in the cinema. I do. Eric Skelton sends in a super chat and says, Rob, Douglas Fairbanks' Mark of Zorro was released in 1920, 2 years after the Johnson Macaulay story. When are we supposed to be getting tired of hero films again? Eric, never. So Eric brings up a very good point. I mean, Douglas Fairbanks, The Mark of Zorro, 1920, great silent film. And you know what? Go back and watch The Adventures of Robin Hood. I mean, you look at that, what a great film. It's almost, 80 years old or something, 90 years old. It's amazing. But I think Eric makes a great point. We will never get tired of heroes. That's what cinema is. We'll never get tired. Ron C. sends in a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Ron. Ron C. says, hello, Rob. A guilty pleasure movie for me is 1986's Maximum Overdrive. First of all, the reason Maximum Overdrive is significant, Emilio Estevez, is it's the one and only film that was directed by Stephen King. Stephen King himself directed the film. It's not great. Here's what's interesting. If memory serves, Maximum Overdrive is a short story in his anthology Night Shift, which I loved. Trucks. It was called Trucks, right? I think. It's not good. But you know what? Then Ron C. says, will it come out in 4K? And if Sideshow made a limited edition Green Goblin truck, would you buy it and place it next to the Batmobile? Ron C., I would totally buy a 6-scale, like 18, well, it's not that, like a semi-truck. I would totally buy that shit. That would be dope. I would love it. But Hot Toys would have to make it. And I'm sure it's going to come out in 4K. Whether, if it's not domestic, it'll be German. The Germans are doing, go to Diabolic DVD. They're crushing it. You can get anything you want. So good. Binary Sunset Media now, and I can update on the figure, but no pressure. Listen, I'm just giving you shit. I just, the idea that you would send me a Jin or so figure is the nicest thing in the world. You don't have to. But it was nice that you said so. It's all good, whenever you can. Because I'd love to have it. Leonardo Julian. My bad, wrong phonetics. Jijenha, as in geese or geek, and totally agree. I love the Zack Snyder trilogy, but there has to be a balance. I'll defend those movies and Eternals till I die. Give me more Gemma Chan. Okay, first of all, Leonardo, let's unpack. Gemma Chan can do no wrong. Gemma Chan is one of the most gorgeous creatures that has ever walked on the face of the earth. And hearing her British accent, her voice, I mean, it's embarrassing how much I love Gemma Chan. And, Crazy Rich Asians, she has marital problems with her husband. I'm like, oh my God. But I get it. That's a longer story, but I understand. But Gemma Chan, my God. Is there another woman more beautiful than Gemma Chan walking the face of the earth? Maybe, but you'd be hard-pressed to find her. I am there. So, Jijenha, as in geese or geek. And I like this. Look, the problem with this, here's what people don't understand. I wish they would get this. Is that I love the Zack Snyder trilogy. Call it the Justice League trilogy, Man of Steel. I do. But there's a big problem with it. It's not fun. There's no joy. It is so self-important. And I love the tone. It's great. But it's not fun. It's Superman sans joy. And as much as I like it, I mean, come on. When Wonder Woman shows up, it's amazing. It's amazing. But there isn't joy in those films. Superman should be joyous. And Zack Snyder was trying to make this, Wagner's version of the Gute Dämmerung. That's what he was trying to do. If you like the Ring of the Nibelung cycle, that's what Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy or Man of Steel trilogy was doing. The problem with it is it's not fun. It's not fun. No one's having fun. The characters aren't having fun. We're not having fun. I love it. but people aren't having fun. Alex Stetman comes back and says, Marcel, he just asked me to buy your parts tomorrow. Well, no. What he said earlier is you are his favorite show and host because he likes how you are passionate and like the same stuff. Marcel said Campy is all right, but he can be obtuse and rude. Come on, Marcel. He can be obtuse and rude? God bless you. No, I'm just kidding. Well, yeah, I am very passionate, but here's the thing. You don't have to look. I did say, what I want is a Logan's Run Sandman, but what I really want is I want you, Marcel. I want you to watch Logan's Run, because when I watched Logan's Run when I was 9, and now admittedly, it was at the John Dance Theater on a gigantic screen, and it blew my mind. It really did. It changed my 9-year-old self and made me open to new experiences. I mean, science fiction. I was like, oh, it blew my mind. So that's why I like that. It was incredible. So Alex, by the way, thank you. You're so generous. Thank you so much. But so here's the thing, Marcel, and here's Marcel. If I can tell you one thing that's important. I have never been. I've been a father to people that aren't my own kids. I've been like bonus. I was told I have a bonus daughter in Denmark, and I don't have children myself, but I love kids. And here's my great advice to you. This is you have to decide if it's great, Marcel. The world around us is an amazing place. And you should be interested in everything, because the world, and I would say, go out everywhere you look, everywhere you go. There's something interesting to discover, something new to learn. That's what's so great about the world. And I always say on this show, that every person you meet has a story to tell that you've never heard before. And all you have to do is listen. And I believe that. But what is wonderful about movies and artwork and all that is you might watch a movie like Logan's Run, like I sat down and watched it when I was 9. I begged my mom to take me, and she did. She took me opening night. But you never know. But however, when I watch Logan's Run, the possibilities of what the world can mean and what our lives, things that can change, or you just never know. You might have had a terrible life. I mean, you're too young, but you might have if life is really bad, you never know when at one moment you might find one person that changes your life. That turns a light on, that shows you. I've had many people in my life that showed me kindness, and they opened doors for me only because I was interested in things. I'm like, oh, really? You like this? Well, here, come in here, kid, and look at this. The whole thing is that life, you just never know. At any one moment, you never know. Like, I literally spent 5 years of my life editing, producing, post-supervising, being the VFX supervisor of Tango Shalom, a movie, by the way, you can watch on Amazon or Peacock right now, because I had a conversation with this strange woman I'd never met before in the parking lot of the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel. And if you're open to hearing from people, you never know what's going to lead you. Some crazy conversation with a woman. She goes, well, I worked on a film that needs an editor. And I'm like, really? 5 years of my life. But listen, before you make me a Logan's Run action figure, what I want you to do with Alex, I want you to watch Logan's Run with him and then go have lunch. And I want you to tell him what you thought of the movie. And by the way, if you didn't like the movie, if you thought it was boring or horrible, tell him that too. But because I want to know. Alex goes on to say, I asked him where he learned obtuse, and then he said because he's smart. And then I let him watch Shawshank. Wow. I'm explaining to him John Campea isn't mean. You guys just have healthy debate, so he's protective of you. Alex, you and Marcel are the best. Marcel, yes, healthy. Here's the thing. Here's another lesson. Even if you disagree with somebody or somebody disagrees with you, that's not bad. It's not bad. What's important is to be able to listen to another person, even if you disagree with them, and be able to talk to them about your disagreement. You're able to state your opinion. You're able to be kind and respectful and still say, well, to be fair, you're full of shit. But be able to do it in a nice way. It's a tough thing to do. Alex will tell you. Thomas Logan with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Thomas. Okay. I believe we'll meet the Fantastic Four in Quantum Mania. If Rama Tut is indeed the villain of Fantastic Four as rumored, then it makes sense that Kang Rama Tut would trap the Fantastic Four in Chronopolis to keep them from thwarting his plans again. Thomas, you and I, as I like to say, park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay. You just summed up everything in 2 sentences about what I feel. Look, I think that, my God, the end of Quantum Mania should wind up with somebody opening a cell door and the Fantastic Four are in it. Because Ramatep, I am so with you. I am so, pardon me, did I say Ramatep? Ramatut. Absolutely. Everything you said is absolutely true. The problem is, have they established enough? But 100%. I mean, I hope that's the case. I mean, I really do. 200-watt studio says, Rob, did you see that Imprint has new stuff on pre-order? That would be physical media. Imprint's the Australian label. The Good Noir set and a fantastic adventure film box set. Also, Indicator just put their first 4Ks, 2 4Ks. Good stuff coming in a few months. By the way, okay. Indicator put up 2 Jean Rollin. Okay, there's a French filmmaker named Jean Rollin, and I feel terrible if Marcel's watching me say this right now, but Jean Rollin made lesbian vampire movies, and I love them. Fascination. Actually, The Living Dead Girl's a zombie movie. But yeah, they're putting up their Indicators doing 2, one's from the 70s and one from the 80s, right? I think. But they're doing 2 Jean Rollin films in 4K, which is like, oh my God. I had The Living Dead Girl on Laserdisc. Now I have all what's it called? What's the Redemption? The British label Redemption. They put out the Jean Rollin movies, the lesbian vampire movies on disc. I got those. I can't wait to get them in 4K. I hope they do Fascination. And shout out to Kelvin Wellborn. He sent me the Imprint box set, the second Noir set that had Blue Steel, that had Narc, a new version of Internal Affairs. Thank God. It was amazing. Bradley Michael says, it's important to watch more than 15 minutes of RRR. I know. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, RRR is a Tollywood film. It's amazing. It's an Indian film, and it's an action adventure, bonding, male brotherhood. It's got a great musical number. It's an incredible movie. It's also an acquired taste. A lot of Western audiences don't quite get it. And I understand. I get it. And I know they don't. But it is great. It is truly great. And if you haven't seen RRR, it is jubilant, joyous, jubilant as well. It's fantastic. A Real Phoenix sends in a tip and says, Hello, Rob. I just wanted to say that I really, really, really love your show and just you in general as a person. Well, thank you, Aria. Ever since I was exposed to you in old videos with both Johns, I always related more to you than anybody. I just love your enthusiasm and heart. I love you, bro. Well, Ario, namaste. That's very nice. I'll tell you, since you brought it up, I mean, what's really weird, April will be my 8th anniversary being on YouTube. I knew nothing about YouTube until John Schnepp called me up. And now I'd been friends with John Schnepp for a long time, for years. And he called me up and he said, "Hey, I'm doing this thing. This show called AMC Heroes. We talk about comic book stuff. Come be a guest." And I'm like, okay. And what I didn't know is that it was the 6th episode of AMC Heroes. 6th episode. I was like, really? Okay. And it was John Schnepp and John Campea. And, I didn't know John Campea. And this was in April of 2015. So April of 2023, when we're going to go to CinemaCon, presumably, will be the 8th year I've streamed with Campea. And it's very funny because I think that like what you said, Ario, I've always been my same self, my authentic self. You want to watch me? If you've seen me speak at conventions, I've been speaking at fan conventions since 1994, which is what? I mean, it's 29 years, and I've always been me. The only time I ever had any problem with other fans or what happened was at Collider, having a couple of problems with some people that to be fair, didn't really know me. And I think it was a misunderstanding of people that they projected things on me that I don't think that they understood, but whatever, it's fine. As a fan, I've been involved in fan communities since the 70s, since I was a little kid. And I really appreciate you saying that, Ario. That was very nice of you to say. And look, what this channel is. King Tannic doing a new show. Rita doing a new show. We have Roberto and Alex Montano doing ¿Qué pasa PGS, which is tomorrow. I mean, we have an all-Spanish show. My dream of turning this YouTube channel into a network with great creators making great content that you guys can like and interact with has always been my dream. And that's Midnight Musings exemplifies that. So I want to say to all of you, everybody who watches this show and supports this channel, I sincerely thank you. And what I want to do is it's called the Burnettwork for a reason. I want to bring in other new creators and put on, like if I had my druthers, we do 12 hours of original programming at least 5 days a week. That would be, I don't know how we would do that, but it would be awesome if we did. I'd love it. But anyway, I think it's time for me now to go to bed, in all honesty. But I want to direct everybody, if you don't speak Spanish, but you can watch it subtitled, Alex Montano and Roberto Suarez, ¿Qué pasa, PGS? So, yeah, check that out. Leonardo Julian says, Natu for the win. I posted that. For those of you who don't know, just look up Natu or RRR. Look up Natu. I mean, you can see videos of people dancing in the Chinese theater. Check it out. It's amazing. Amazing. Check it out. You got to get that. It's great. So don't watch just 15 minutes of RRR and quit. Watch the whole thing. It's an acquired taste, I understand, but you will love it. And Natu. Check it out. Just I posted on my Twitter feed, just the video. It's great. Alex Detman comes back and says, I'm already searching. Oh, Alex and Marcel says, I'm already searching where we can watch Logan's Run. He got bummed that it's not the sequel to Logan. God bless you, Marcel. But thank God he loves science fiction. Don't worry. I told him time for bed, so he missed the lesbian comment. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I feel terrible. Yeah. Oh, that's good, Alex. But thanks, good. I don't know. It's funny. I don't know where Logan's Run is streaming, to be honest. That's why I have physical media. Brian O'Neill Singleton says, underrated DC characters that I love, Captain Atom, The Question, and Starman, the Will Payton version. Will we ever see a live-action adaptation? Well, it's interesting because you brought up Captain Atom, The Question. If memory serves, those were Charlton characters. And Captain Atom, The Question were, if you're a Watchmen fan, The Question was turned into Rorschach. And Captain Atom was Dr. Manhattan. But I don't know if we're ever going to get those characters. I mean, they're lesser in the DC Pantheon, but maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question. Well, everyone, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies, I have to go to bed. So I'm going to bring an end to the show. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson for being a goof person and moderating this show. I want to thank everyone who supports this channel via Super Chats and tips. And interestingly, if you want to write the Post-Geek Singularity, I want to know what you think about the ethics of if I crowdfund a trip. I mean, literally, I'd be asking other people to pay me to go to Europe, but it would be to have events. I mean, I want to take it on the road. So instead of super chatting or whatever, what I'm curious about is, should I crowdfund a trip? Here's my dream. This is what I've always wanted to do. I want to go to Europe, and I want to drive around Europe. I want to go from see Dieter and Saarbrücken and go all around Europe and meet imagination connoisseurs. Martino on the Swiss-Italian border, the lovely Emma Bannon, and party in Soho. But what I want to do is travel through Europe and meet you guys. So if I crowdfunded the trip, is that icky? Is that something I shouldn't do? I don't know. I can't afford that. But if I did it and made it worthwhile for you guys, members of the channel and people, where I would literally go to Europe, and so what we would do is we'd have meetups, we'd shoot live shows. How cool would it be if I spent 2 weeks in Europe, driving around Europe, and we did shows from Europe? We'd go to places, we'd meet European imagination connoisseurs. You guys would tell us where to go. We'd come meet you guys. It would be me, Dieter, Martino, Elizabeth might be able to go, and then we go see. Would that be something worth doing? I don't know. I just don't want to feel bad about it. It would be a thing that you guys would provide, you'd make happen, but I'd have to make it worth your while. And what would be really cool is we could be doing videos the entire time, and I think it'd be fun. I don't know. I'm looking into it. I did just get my passport renewed, so that's why I'm thinking about it. But anyway, it's something I don't know. I don't know what are when you crowdfund things or whatever. I don't know. I've been involved in too many. Well, one bad crowdfunding campaign that's still dogging me, that I've been accused of being a thief and a liar, which is ridiculous because the work that I was doing all got done. So the idea that I didn't finish work. You were hired to finish work you didn't finish. Really? That's a weird way to put it. But anyway, tell me what you think. If not, we'll watch the channel. We'll do this more. I want to thank everyone again. And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I want to say tomorrow, Que Pasa PGS is on. And I will be on for a Robservations episode, and it will be fun. And on that note, I say to all of you, wait, Alex Detman fires one in and says, I'll do you one better and provide the plane ticket. My whole family work for United, so we will put you on our buddy passes. Well, that would be fantastic. I mean, theoretically, so here's what's interesting. The Tango Shalom is playing at the Berlin Jewish Film Festival, which is a very prestigious event, and they're flying Gabe in, the director, but I would want to go to Germany, and get Dieter. I don't even know if I can drag Dieter away. Who knows? He might be buried under physical media. We just don't know. So anyway, yeah, go to Europe. Probably go to Saarbrücken. Drive to Berlin. Find Martino. It'll be great. Fine. We'll get all the European imagination connoisseurs. How funny would it be? And I'm going to take equipment, cameras, laptop, and I'll just be streaming all the time. Like, here we are. And if somebody randomly recognized me on the street, I'd bring him over and just go live. Here we are, live at the street corner of, wherever. and brought, how fun would that be? For like 2 weeks. Assuming the world is destroyed when the Russians start using nukes. Who knows? But I'm optimistic. It's going to be fun. So tell me, would you like to do it? Anyway, on that note, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. King Tannic, can't wait to see your show. By the way, your promo is dope. It's really good. I can't wait to show it to everyone. And on that note, I would say, I already said every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. This is the end of Midnight Musings, episode number 39. Thank you all for being here.